A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Science has always been a major field of exploration for curious minds that seek out the secrets of the universe and the manner in which it works. Women have largely contributed to not only chemistry, but all sciences in general, and for centuries they did so largely unseen and unheard of. In times of the past, they were stigmatized and marginalized in the field of chemistry that was predominantly run by men. However, with the advent of Marie Curie, many things changed, although she was not without her own struggles at the time of simply being a woman. With her, people began to appreciate a bright and dedicated mind, regardless of gender. And the struggles of all those women that fought to be recognized and appreciated have paved the way for more women to talk in the path of chemistry. This mini symposium is a celebration of all these women in chemistry who inspired girls like myself to be a chemist. And our objective is to keep inspiring everyone for generations to come, to welcome, to give their best selves and serve the world of chemistry without gender playing a limiting factor. And now we have a panel of speakers who are here to speak on this pivotal topic. To proceed with today's session dedicated for the Women's Chemist Committee, I would like to invite Dr. Dinusha Udukala, Session Chair of the Mini Symposium. Madam, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Dhirendra. As the chairperson, first I have a small announcement to make as the safety guidelines. So all the participants are only allowed to sit on the allocated stations. Masks are mandatory to wear at all times. Presenters allowed to remove their mask when presenting. If you are removing your mask, we advise you to remove it completely. After each presentation, the surfaces including podium, microphone, and the pointer will be disinfected. Very good morning to all of you who are present here to witness this WCC symposium. Today, our first speaker is Mrs. Lankani Hettigoda. Let me introduce her first. Ms. Lankani Hettigoda obtained her BSc Honours in Chemistry and MSc in Chemical Research from University College London, University of London. She is a member of Women's Chamber of Industry and Commerce, board member of CMAS, Cosmetic Manufacturers Association of Sri Lanka, Mirror Committee member of SLSI on ISO standard 26000 on social responsibility, board member of Sonta Club 3 of Colombo, an international global service organization for empowering women. Mrs. Hettigoda is the Director for Research and Development of Hettigoda Industries Private Limited. She is an eminent women chemist in the chemical industry with over 20 years of experience in management and research, FMCG, and Ayurveda-related products. I would like to invite Mrs. Lankani Hettigoda to join us via Zoom to deliver her speech on Women in Chemistry, Opportunities and Challenges. Over to you, Mrs. Lankani.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, madam, we can hear you.
Okay. First of all, let me thank Professor Parnagama and the Institute of Chemistry for inviting me for this, to be part of this Women in Chemistry mini symposium. Let me upload my presentation. Can you see the presentation? Hello?
Yes, madam, we can see.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Professor Paranagama gave me the opportunity to talk about anything, but I thought as an industry, I would talk about the opportunities and the challenges faced by women in chemistry. Even in the 21st century, do we still need to be heard and recognized is my question. I think so. Because United Nations declared 11th of February as the International Day of Women and Girls in Science. In declaring this, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres stated, to rise to the challenges of the 21st century, we need to harness our full potential. That requires dismantling gender stereotypes. On this International Day of Women and Girls in Science, let's pledge to end the gender imbalance in science. So even United Nations recognize the need to promote the women in science. To go with the presentation, I thought I'll highlight some women scientists who have achieved so much in science as well as in other fields. The first 4 scientists that I have selected, I did it for my personal reasons, women I admire. I believe their research interest had profound impact on science and society as a whole. The first one I would like to talk about is Dame Kathleen Lonsdale, a scientist from the college that I went to in University of London. She was an X-ray crystallographer. In 1929, she proved that the benzene ring is flat by X-ray diffraction methods by elucidating the structure of hexamethylbenzene. But more importantly, in 1949, she became the first professor of chemistry at University College London. That was 70 years ago. And also, she became one of 2 women, the first 2 women, fellows of the Royal Society, and ending a 285 years old tradition of the fellowship not admitting women. So she actually broke the glass ceiling, I believe, 70, 80 years ago. Next is another lady from Great Britain, Dorothy Hodgkins, a biochemist. She also determined the structure of penicillin and insulin by X-ray crystallography methods. And for her work on vitamin B12, she won the Nobel Prize for Chemistry in 1964. To this day, she remains the only British woman to have received the Nobel Prize in Sciences. As a footnote, I want to say that she actually taught the future Prime Minister of Great Britain, Margaret Thatcher, in the 1940s. The next 2 scientists that I want to highlight, actually their work led to incredibly profitable products commercially. So their work was not purely on research, academia, but more on practical side. Maria Telkes, which is a Hungarian-born American chemical physicist, physical chemist, I'm sorry. She was called the Sun Queen. She invented the solar-powered heating system and the solar oven. So all the solar panels that we are keen on installing in our houses these days, she had some part in it. Next is another interesting lady, Stephanie Kwolek, a chemist. She was a polymer chemist. Her work in polymer science developed the material called Kevlar, which is an ultra strong and ultra thick material, 5 times stronger than steel, but lighter than fiberglass. The commercial uses of this is bulletproof vests, spacecrafts, protective gloves, oven gloves, whatever we use these days. So these 2 ladies' work was not, I would say, common interest for women, but they were, they were pioneers in that field. So these are purely more research side. Then I want to highlight 5 other women who have achieved so much, who are chemists, who studied chemistry, but went on to scale the heights of other professions. The first 2 are politicians. Baroness Margaret Thatcher. She was the first woman Prime Minister of Europe, as well as Great Britain. She became the longest serving, continuously serving Prime Minister since 1827. She studied chemistry at Oxford and briefly worked as a chemist, research chemist. She was dubbed the Iron Lady. Next is again a politician, Angela Merkel. She's the German politician. In 2005, became the first woman Chancellor of Germany. She obtained a doctorate in quantum chemistry and was working on as a research scientist. She's most of the time dubbed as the most powerful woman in the world, at least in Europe. Third one I want to highlight is Dame Helen Patricia Sharman. Again, she went to University of London. She's an astronaut. She also studied chemistry. She's the first British astronaut, the first British cosmonaut, as well as the first woman to visit the Mir space station. Before that, she worked as a chemist for Mars Confectionery Company, dealing with the flavor and properties of chocolate. The British press dubbed her the girl from Mars. I thought it was very fitting. Then I want to, the other 2 women I want to highlight is in the scenario of these color barriers and equal rights and whatever. 2 women of color. One is an Asian American and the other one is an African American. They excelled in the field of business and broke the traditional barriers, glass ceiling, to reach the heights of their profession. Indra Nooyi, and Indian-born American businesswoman. She was the CEO of Pepsi-Cola company, PepsiCo Inc. She had a bachelor's degree in chemistry in India. The last one I want to talk about is Rita Clark King. She was the first African-American female chemist to work in the National Bureau of Standards in Washington, D.C., like the Sri Lankan Standards Institute. She became the vice president of General Mills Corporation, a food manufacturing company. They're part of, they manufacture Haagen-Dazs, the famous ice cream. Part of my research was also for Haagen-Dazs, so I thought I better highlight that. The question is, my topic was challenges and opportunities. These challenges, has it changed over the centuries? How did women manage the work-life balance? In 1895, Max Planck, the Nobel Prize winner, declared nature herself prescribed a role for women as mothers and housewives. This was a Nobel Prize winner in 1895, German physical chemist. It is very telling that one of his compatriots, Clara Immerwahr, was brave enough to challenge these stereotypes only 5 years later. She became the first German woman to be awarded a doctorate in chemistry in 1900. She was also the wife of the famous Fritz Haber, the physical chemist and the winner of Nobel Prize in 1918 for the successful synthesis of ammonia from nitrogen fixation, the famous Haber-Bosch process. For her, Clara was, marriage largely ended her career in chemistry. She confided in one of her colleagues in a letter, I quote, "It has always been my attitude that a life has only been worth living if one has made full use of all one's abilities and tried to live out every kind of experience human life has to offer. It was under that impulse, among other things, that I decided to get married at that time. The life I got from it was very brief. And the main reason for that was Fritz's oppressive way of putting himself first in our home and marriage, so that a less ruthlessly self-assertive personality was simply destroyed. She committed suicide aged 45. What Clara went through, is it not true even today? How do you manage these challenges? I mean, what are the challenges women face these days? In more general, the Asian context, women are discouraged in having a career by traditional social values. They're perceived as homemakers, wife, mother, daughter. Most of the time, in my own experience in our company also, women choose to give up their dream of career advancement to fulfill culturally perceived social and family roles and duties. Caring for elderly parents, accommodating the spouse's needs and career advancements. Also, they give up careers because they have to live away from place of work. I mean, in Sri Lanka especially, we have inadequate transport networks, inadequate access to childcare facilities. So all these hinder their advancement. So maybe these are obstacles, but I don't think totally the end of one's career. So how do you overcome this stereotypical subservient role that is defined for a woman? My advice is don't be the one who limits your own progress or the development. Don't put boundaries around you. I believe we make excuses. You know, it's difficult. It's not easy. I had to manage this, that. Don't give yourself give a chance. No one can help you if you don't give yourself a chance. You have to take risks. If you don't take risks, I don't think you can achieve much. Don't perceive work as more of a burden. You need to enjoy what you are doing. You need to want to do something. Don't do it because that's what I studied, so this is what I end up doing. To achieve gender parity, you need to maximize your potential in creativity and innovation. I believe if you studied chemistry, you're creative, you're innovative. If you're a good cook, I think you're a good chemist. If you're good at art, music, you're a good chemist, because this is creativity. Chemistry is creation, you know. I want to quote something a previous lady, Helen Sharman, said, the astronaut. There is very little difference between women and men in space. I think it should be the same here on Earth as well. It doesn't need to be space. So what characteristics or attributes should you have to succeed, to overcome these challenges? You have to have passion for what you want to do or be. If you don't have passion, you can't achieve anything. You have to be professional. You have to show professionalism. You're competing with men. You have to be innovative and creative. You have to have a creative mind, like I said before. You have to have intellectual curiosity. You have to be curious about why things happen, why things need to be done. You have to have a technical ability, analytical thinking. You have to have attention to detail. In the advent of this IT and what I see a lot is spelling mistakes. There's no attention to detail. People make, autocorrection and there is spelling mistakes. You have to have strong communication skills. You need to be able to say what you're thinking, what you want to do. You have to adapt. You have to be not afraid to take risks, because different companies, different industries, different social activities, you have to adapt to all these things. In the advent of this COVID-19, we have to adapt our lifestyles. Even this Zoom meeting, we have to adapt. You have to have a strong will. If you don't have a strong will to succeed, it will be difficult. So what are the opportunities that the women chemist, or the chemists rather, have? This is something I got from the internet. The opportunities for chemists. On the right-hand side of the screen, the traditional methods: medicine, forensic science, cosmetics, environment, food industry, academia, research, teaching, all that. But look at what you have on the left. Obviously, they missed out on astronomy and political science, but law, web designing, armed forces, management, accountancy, publishing, marketing. So the opportunities is endless. It is what you make of the opportunities that you are given. Because like I said before, the attributes, if you have an analytical mind, you can do anything. So you have these opportunities. What do you need to be to succeed? You have to have a vision to achieve your goals. You have to have good judgment. You have to be at the right place at the right time. You have to be visible in your chosen field. You have to be distinct from others. You have to say, I am the best. You have to be present in the moment. You have to put yourself forward. You can't be at the back of the pack. You have to be passionate about your work. You have to be enthusiastic. You have to be the best. You have to outshine others. You have to be bold in your thinking. You have to be daring. Finally, you need to be a leader, not a follower. These are my thinking, how you should succeed. Because we are competing with the best, whether it's male or female. So you have to have these. I always ask my prospective candidates, why you are special? They're always unable to answer that. They always say, I'm honest, I'm hardworking, but that's everybody's thing. But what is so special about you to succeed? There has to be something special. Otherwise, why would industry choose you? Finally, I want to leave you with a quote from a fellow scientist from University of London again. Rosalind Franklin. I would say she was the best female scientist never to have won a Nobel Prize. Her work contributed to the discovery of the molecular structure of deoxyribonucleic acid, the DNA. While her fellow colleagues ignored her achievements, the Times magazine chose Rosalind Franklin as one of the 100 women who defined the last century. She said, science and everyday life cannot and should not be separated. Science, for me, gives the partial explanation of life. With that, I thank you, everyone. Again, the Professor Paranagama and the Institute of Chemistry for giving me this opportunity to be part of this mini symposium. Thank you.
Goda, for your inspiring talk. We are very happy to have you as a speaker in this symposium. Our second speaker for today's session is Professor Amelia Rauter. Amelia Rauter is full professor of organic chemistry and the president of the International Carbohydrate Organization and the secretary of the European Carbohydrate Organization. She serves UPAC as vice president of the division on organic and biomolecular chemistry, as titular member of UPAC division of chemical nomenclature and structure representation, and as associate member of its interdivisional committee on terminology, nomenclature, and symbols. She is the founder of the Portuguese Society of Chemistry Carbohydrate Group and the founder and leader of the CQE Carbohydrate Chemist Group at FCUL. Her research covers the development of new molecular entities for the treatment, prevention of metabolic diabetes, degenerative diseases, Alzheimer's and prion diseases, cancer, and infection, either isolated from natural resources or accessed through rational design and synthesis. She is editor of the Royal Society of Chemistry Carbohydrate Chemistry book series, associated editor of the Mediterranean Journal of Chemistry, and member of Journal's Advisory Board. She has published more than 150 papers and book chapters, authored 8 granted patents, and has been invited as speaker of national and international meetings. Now, I would like to invite Professor Amelia Rauter to deliver her speech on My Career, My Dream. Over to you, Professor Amelia.
Thank you so much for your so extensive and kind introduction. First, I want to tell you, Mrs. Lankani, that I loved your presentation. It was very interesting, very nice, and everything you said is I fully agree with you. It's very nice. My contribution is a little bit different. I talked to Professor Maraganami, and so we decided it was a little bit. It's a little bit dedicated to the very young researchers and the very young people, showing them a little bit. When I was a very young girl and I wanted to study chemistry, what I felt, what I saw, what I and what I lived until today's date. So I would ask the organizing committee to allow me to share the screen because I can't share my screen yet. As soon as you allow me, I can start. It's not allowed. I'm not activated and I can't show you my screen. Can you be so kind? Can you be so kind to...
Madam, we are working on it.
Okay, thank you.
You should be able to share the screen now, madam.
Okay, I'll try.
Yes, madam, we can see now.
Okay, I think we are almost there. Wait a minute. Okay. So can I start then?
Yes, madam, you may.
When my dream, I really had a dream when I was a schoolgirl, and I loved chemistry. And so I wanted to discover, and I still want today to discover the secrets of nature. And for that, what I thought it was important was to develop new technologies to fight disease, to generate unique molecules in a sustainable way, and to search for environment-friendly solutions. So I really, as a 17 years old girl, I had a long way to go. And I thought, shall I be a chemical engineer? My professors were encouraging me to be a chemical engineer. Is this a profession for women? Is it, do I have the possibility of making all these kinds of things I would dream of? And for the International Year of Chemistry, and also for the 150 years celebration of the periodic table, we made some studies and we found out that indeed in some countries of the world, the women are not so are accepted. You know, in almost all of these countries you can see here, Bulgaria, Portugal, Finland, Norway, Sweden, Poland, and so on, you see, more than 50%, either in 1998 as in 216, graduated, the graduates are women. So this encourage any of you anyway to see that it's it's not so bad. It's not so difficult. In Portugal, for instance, in 98, 64% of the graduates were women. And in 16, a few years later, 18 years later, well, it decreased a bit, but it's not significant to 59. So a lot of women do really graduate, and in Portugal, I'll show you a little bit. You see, it increased all the time, and in 2004, we had graduates at the top. Then it goes down a little bit, but this going down has nothing to do with women. This going down has to do more or less with what happened with chemistry. That in a few years, the communication decided to find chemistry as something that is pollutant, but it is indeed, everything is changing, and everybody is seeing that if you don't have chemists, you don't have molecules, and if you don't have molecules, you can't change the world. So this is going up again. And in PhD, in doctorate, also in Portugal, we have been, as you see, since 1970s, an increase all the time. And now we have about over 50% women with PhD. And in natural and exact sciences, you see men is blue and women is this brown. So you see, even now we have more women than men in PhD in natural sciences. So we don't, we have a lot of women. Here you see a few countries, Germany and Belgium, do not have a low percentage of women in 2001. And none in 2016, but the percentage of women in research and development in most of the countries you see here is very good. In most of the countries, this is more Europe. Okay, we don't have data from other continents, but at least in Europe, you see a lot all the time that you have quite high percentage of women in research and development. In Portugal, in chemistry, you see, we have 1,483 PhD women and less men. So the panel is not difficult. And as professors of higher education integrated in R&D units, sponsored by the Foundation for Science and Technology, which is the funding agents of our government, in 2017, and you have even a little bit more of women than men. So you have in the universities and in polytechnical schools too. So we indeed, when I went to the School of Engineering, we were about 50% girls too. So I never, in Portugal, to be honest, I never felt any problem of being a woman, neither for intending to do what I wanted, and I wanted to be a professor at the university. It was my dream too. So this is a little bit of hope that nothing is so bad as a lot of people say. But indeed, all the beautiful words and advices that Miss Lankani gave the young girls, they are fully true. Everything it's not only truth for a woman, it's only truth for a man too. But that is what all of us should follow. And so now I'll tell you a little bit of what we did after my PhD. I did it in organic synthesis and in carbohydrate chemistry. And we were about the new and sustainable methodologies. We were very interested in synthesizing hexuronolactones. This was my PhD. These molecules that were very innovative. I took 5 years to synthesize this. It was a hell, but it came and it was synthesized and I got it. Anyway, then we developed this, Ana Cristina, she developed a new methodology inspired a little bit in my previous work to synthesize this molecule. And it was a very, very nice work of her PhD. She used it also for the synthesis of this molecule that is a very interesting component of a fungicide for Pericularia oryzae, which is a bioterrorism agent, in her PhD. Then we used this methodology, which was not originally ours, was from Bollitt, but then we applied to a great number of conditions and improved it. And Tania Almeida was the first that worked on this area in her PhD. So you see here, indeed, here you see only women. But anyway, it happened, you know. I didn't choose it. It happened. But now you see also boys. Anyway, we had also based on this deoxy sugar, we had some interesting discoveries. And Catarina Dias, she generated this a library of compounds, of deoxy compounds, and found out that they are indeed very special molecules. They act with a new mechanism of action. They act on the membrane, you know. So they destroy the membrane, but the mechanism of action is quite unique, and they destroy the membrane by reorganizing phospholipids of the membrane when they are phosphatidyl ethanolamine. And that's a transition from the lamellar to the inverted hexagonal phase, creating organization in the membrane and pores. And so the bacteria cannot overcome this problem and dies very quickly. Rafael Nunes was the man that made the computational studies. He noticed that at the moment where we didn't know anything about this, we only had the results of the bactericidal activity. We didn't know the mechanism of action yet. So he noticed by computational methodology that by adding he simulated pores in the membrane, and by adding the compound, the pores were closed. And so, you know, so this was also an indication that this was not acting as surface active agents, although they have somehow not hydrophilic head, so hydrophilic, but they still have OHs here and then a long lipophilic chain. And João Pedro Paes was the man who has made all the biology of these compounds in his PhD too. Catarina discovered the mechanism of action, working on biophysics and synthesizing the library. So this was one of our interesting discoveries. Then Filipa Marcelo, she was also a very unique girl. She made in her PhD the first total synthesis of the core of this molecule. See, this was very, very difficult. Lots of people all over the world tried to synthesize it, but she was the one who succeeded. And we found out that indeed, if you look at this part of the molecule, okay, when she synthesized it, she discovered that she could control the conditions, reaction conditions, to link N7. This is linked N9, and this is linked N7. And when you have linked N7, okay, this compound are strong and potent inhibitors of butyrylcholinesterase, which is quite interesting to investigate AD treatment in the later disease stages, where this is the hydrolase that acts, because acetylcholinesterase in the end stages of disease is no longer, they almost have no acetylcholinesterase. And these compounds were discovered as also anti-cancer agents, micromolar, 1 micromolar range by Stefan Schwarz, a German that was in our group. Then her husband, because you see, when you work with sugars, everybody's sweet, And so I had lots of marriages in our lab. It was very beautiful. So there were two students and they got married. Now she's a brilliant researcher and he's a brilliant researcher too. He worked with several in his PhD. One of the contributions was the synthesis of this molecule by a new method, environmental friendly and very interesting methodology that was started with him and finished with him. He didn't finish his PhD yet. It's the younger, but he's writing the thesis. And this lady, she also got married in our laboratory, and well, not in the laboratory, but with someone she knew in the laboratory. And she made also an analog of this molecule here, and which is this one. You see the epimer at this of this bond here. And Dr. Nuno Xavier, he was one of my first students as well. And he's now a brilliant researcher in our laboratories. And he worked very much on this kind of bicycles too, where X is sulfur, oxygen, and made a very interesting methodology based on this. So also here you see, you have, well, you have less than 50% in this area, but anyway, we don't look if it is a boy or a girl. We look, as Miss Lankani said, how interested he is, how dedicated he is, how rational he works, and that's what brings novelty and innovation and creativity. So another story is that I had a PhD student that she got married and went to Madeira Island, and with her husband she was married. And so she went to a priest to the church, and in the church the priest told her, why don't you study this Genista tenera? I advise people here that come to the church and are diabetics to drink the infusion of the plant, and they got much better, but nobody knows why. She came home, and then we succeeded to change her PhD thematic, and she did study, and she did discover that the active principle was this molecule. And on this, also later on, another PhD student, Rita, studied, and she investigated also the molecule as anti-diabetic. And indeed, it is a very, very unique molecule. You see, this is the diabetic rat, Lister rat, with streptozotocin-induced diabetes. And when you add this compound, which we call HG because it's 8-glucosyl genistein, so you see, when this is the normal one, this is the with HG, and this is the diabetic. So here you in a week you have the normal values, and you never reach this stage where so much glycemia is in the blood in the presence of our compound. And what she discovered, and it was even more interesting, is that in AD the patients are much more they can get AD more easily than anybody else, because diabetes is also an amyloid disease, and it's an amyloid disease. And in pancreas there is the islet amyloid peptide in pancreatic beta cells that also makes toxic small oligomers, that also makes fibrillation. And so when we studied this effect, we found out that the compound has this effect here. Look, this is a normal IAPP that starts with time to fibrilize and then ends with fibrillation. When we add HG, look the difference. Here there's no formation of fibrillation. So this is a multi-target drug because rats have not this. So the mechanism of action here is a different one, but in humans this compound also act like this and act like this in IAPP and also in A beta 142, which is the oligomers in the brain of 80 people. And then Anna Marta Mato, she finished her PhD in 2019. She was one of the later PhDs in our group, and she worked very deeply on an emerging approach for AD treatment. It's the inhibition of the downstream A beta signaling pathway. You have APP, which is the amyloid precursor protein, and then it cleaves as it should not, and it gives A beta peptides that oligomerize, that form this A beta oligomers, very, very toxic, that interact with prion protein, that by itself promotes a thin kinase activation, and this promotes hyperphosphorylation of tau, which forms then tangles and precipitates in the brain. So she really found new molecules that do act on this, and we are very keen, very easy to synthesize, and they aren't published yet. We have submitted the work, and so we are very, very interested in her results. She was awarded with the best school PhD thesis, and also Catarina Diaz, I didn't tell you, but she was awarded with the best student, graduated student. She was awarded with the best thesis, and she was awarded with the best medicinal thesis by the Portuguese Society of Chemistry. So the girls also had some interesting awards for their work, you know. So then we a little bit, I loved your talk. I am going to tell you anytime. So innovation, you have to be very active, and you can never lose an opportunity. But this doesn't mean, this is not set for women and for men, for everybody that likes to work and that likes to succeed, has to have this in mind. So we were lucky, we had the opportunity, we created the Portuguese Chemical Society Carbohydrate Chemistry Group. In 95, we had our first meeting. And because in Portugal, there were not anybody working on carbohydrates, so we made it always a little bit international. And we had experts from Europe, many countries, from UK, in the first meeting, then more from Europe and USA. Then we created the first Iberian meeting together with Juan Carlos Palacios from Spain, and up to the present time, this group was well known internationally, and these meetings, the Glupor meetings, succeeded very much. We meet every 2 years in Glupor, and every 3 years in the Iberian meetings, alternatively from 6 to 6 years in Portugal or in Spain. And in this Glupor, we started with 40 students of my university to create the group. And now we are over 200 people working in not only chemistry, in chemistry and biology. We have here glycochemists and glycobiologists, and we succeeded to have a place in the European Carbohydrate Organization, and then in the 90 years, and then in the International Carbohydrate Organization as well. Then we were also a member of the Euroglyco Forum research network sponsored by the European Science Foundation. And this goes on and on with the younger people. And then what we did too is internationalization. It's important that people from outside knows your skills, knows your organization, and knows your young students, and for future collaborations. So we were invited to organize the Spanish-Portuguese-Japanese Organic Chemistry Symposium. And as you see, the Japanese, this is Murakami, they were very, very nice. They brought their wives with them and they dressed me like a Japanese. So, and any 5 minutes I had his wife, no, he didn't bring his wife, but there were other Japanese and they were always helping me so that I keep very correctly dressed the way they loved. This is Miguel Yush, a very prominent scientist from Spain. And this, I'm sure you know him, Jaime Ross is the editor-in-chief of Chemistry, a European journal. And this was in the dinner. And then we also organized another big meeting with about 600 people, the 19th European Symposium on Organic Chemistry. And this is a little bit very beautiful. We have here, Lisbon is a small town, but it's very unique. We have this electric, we call them, in very stiff, this normally, sometimes this is almost like, you know, it's a hill and this goes uphill. And it's very, very funny. So this is my group. Here is Katerina, the one that had so many awards. This is, you saw him. This is the lady that got married and made her PhD on the diabetic plants. And these are some of our girls. Some of them are, this is Marta, the one I told you. This is Nuno. This was my first student at the University of Lisbon. She's now professor at another university. Vasco, you see, and others that some came, some go, as you know, João. And we had here a very nice meeting sponsored by IUPAC. Not really sponsored because IUPAC doesn't really normally, in special cases we do, but the divisions can help a bit. But normally it's an honor for us to have the logo, so it's a kind of ownership they give us, and they only do it when we make an application and it's supported. And so we had here 11 plenary lectures, 10 invited lectures, 5 young researcher lectures, 24 oral communications, and about 600 participants. It was a very, very nice meeting. The last one we organized was the International Carbohydrate Symposium in 2018. We had the pleasure of having in the opening session, you don't see them here, this is the closure because I didn't have a photo from the opening where we could see our Christopher Brett, the president of the International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry. He honored us with his presence in the opening session. And here we had about 900 people. And it was also, we had one of our students, we make everything, we never use agencies. We use our colleagues and our students, and we organize everything with them, I think a little bit like you. But here, one of our students was from Mafra, and she knew very well the council. And so she succeeded to have this beautiful concert in Mafra. If you one day you come to Portugal, you should visit and you should try to listen to a concert. It's an organ concert here. It's the only one in the world that is these characteristics, and it was very, very, very special. And then we also collaborated in the Global Breakfast for Women, as you know. And there we made a presentation on the traditional women in chemistry, Portugal, from where I took a few slides I showed you in the beginning. And we serve IUPAC with pleasure and honor. IUPAC, as you know, the International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, was formed in 1919 by chemists from industry and academia who recognized the need for international standardization in chemistry. And so we serve Division 3, Organic and Biomolecular Chemistry. How do we do it? We share some projects we submit, we participate in others submitted by colleagues. in Division 3 and in other divisions. An example is the book, Volume 5 of Successful Drug Discovery. It's a project from 2019. Then we have another project, Bridging Ethnic Food Cultures Through Chemistry. This is one of our projects. Healthy Life and Active Aging was also shared by us. The IUPAC endorsement of conferences, we make applications and we got several, the three I showed you, they were endorsed by IUPAC and others too. We make collaborations and books, we author books, we edit books, we act as reviewers. I was for some time editorial board member representing Division 3. I also represent at the Interdivisional Committee on Terminology, Nomenclature and Symbols Division 3. And so we have a very nice, we work a lot with colleagues from all over the world in Division 3 and in other divisions. Division 8, we are very much interested in nomenclature. And here we contributed with the nomenclature of flavonoids. As you know, flavonoids were in the literature, they had, one compound had many names depending on the author. And sometimes it was very difficult to see. And the names were conceptually, some of them wrong. So we made a nice piece of work, a task group in a project, and this is already finished. We are now working on the carbohydrate nomenclature, on revision and extension of IUPAC recommendations. And ICTNS, normally what we make in ICTNS is this interdivisional committee is important for review. It's the revision of all the works that go out from IUPAC. They all go into ICTNS for revision. And so my concluding remarks to the young chemists and young people, also women, but also men, if it doesn't matter really if you are a woman or if you are a man. What matters, if you have a dream, you dedicated to it, you pursue it until you reach it. So keep your crossed looks with science and with scientists, as Mona Lisa did. If you, wherever you are, she's looking at you. So I advise you, wherever you are, look at it with science, look to your colleagues, work with them, and be very happy in your profession. Do what you like, do what you love, but don't stop, never stop. Pursue your career as you want, as you wish, and you'll get it. And this is my last message to the young people, because all other colleagues, I'm sure they followed this, and I'm sure they don't need to listen to it anyway. Okay, so it was a pleasure. Thank you. I thank the organization for giving me the opportunity to talk to young people. It has been all my life. I love to work with students, and they were very successful with me, and I was very successful with them. And this is the beauty of the academia and of a professor, is that we are never alone. We work with our students and for our students anyway. And it was really a beautiful thing. And I pursued my dream, and I had it. I had it as a reality. So thank you all for listening to me. And IUPAC and our division, we are all open to all students as observers. So if you are interested to join us, please let us know. And we really, as I told you in my lecture yesterday, we are very open and we look for diversity. So we like people from all over the world to work with us, and to work with us on organic chemistry and on other disciplines as well. Anyway, but I talk for organic chemists because that's what I am. Anyway, so it was very nice to meet you, Ms. Lankani, and I'm open to any questions you may have now or later on, as you wish. Okay, and thank you so much for this opportunity to talk to you all.
Thank you very much, Professor Amelia, for your interesting talk and all the information you shared with us. So the third speaker for this session is Mrs. Renuka Jayasundara. Mrs. Renuka Ramani Jayasundara is an alumni of College of Chemical Sciences, Institute of Chemistry, Ceylon, who has succeeded as a women chemist in the industrial sector. She completed her master's of Business Administration at the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. She has various work experience as a chemist, laboratory product specialist, a country manager, and a managing director at renowned companies, and has conducted several training programs all across the island. Mrs. Jayasundara is the founding director of AJRJ Group, Analytical Instruments Private Limited, and the Quality Management Systems Consultant at the Sri Lanka Accreditation Board. Without further delay, let me welcome Mrs. Renuka Jayasundara to deliver her talk on women in chemistry. Over to you, Mrs. Jayasundara.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Institute of Chemistry and Professor Paranagama, for giving me the opportunity to come back to my home of learning, Institute of Chemistry. My topic is women in chemistry. We had two very interesting discussions earlier where Professor Amelia presented very encouraging statistics showing a very good representation of women in chemistry in certain countries. But some of the research that I did showed American Chemical Society in 2015 showing women as a minority in the field of chemistry. And this, I thought, would have been the reason. And to answer to my male colleagues of Institute of Chemistry who questioned as to why a topic women in chemistry and not men in chemistry, I think the answer is that is to bring awareness to the underrepresentation of women and more so to the challenges that women only face, which men have no idea about. So I think while the separation of the roles of the two sexes is predominantly made on the basis of their biological difference, gender is a concept that changes across time and across the world as per the cultural and the societal acceptance. What defined the gender in the Stone Age? In the traditional model, the man, the hunter, and the woman, the gatherer. This gatherer gene in her DNA, entwined with her motherly instincts, my friends, defines a woman, be it chemistry or any other field. Even though the woman is mainly defined by her ability to bear children, the social and cultural structure of a community defines her true potential. This opportunity, however, we must not forget, is juggled around her maternal role, which is the decisive and underlying criterion, which she considers is more important than the rest of her activities. My friends, her male counterpart, the exploring hunter, has no ties such as looking after the household, the abode, giving him limitless opportunities beyond all boundaries. The role of prehistoric woman and her experiments with chemistry in order to gather everything around her was profound. The meat that was brought to the cave had to be cured, preserved for a latter day. She would have experimented with all the different kinds of rock salts, honey, to find the right blend to cure the meat for the longest period without harming its taste or the nutrition. This gatherer could not let anything go waste. She used the hides of the animal to protect her family from cold and insects. She experimented and found that the high pH breaks down organic material of the hide, making urine the perfect substance to use in softening and tanning animal hides. Her artistic gene would have led her to discover natural dyes to color the hides and make it fancy for her family and bring color to their otherwise black and white lives. On a latter day, when experimenting with mud and water, she would have discovered the hydrous aluminium phyllosilicates and observed its plasticity to mold them into shapes. She went further to experiment with fire and saw the effect of temperature to make and break bonds which hardened her clay, resulting in her invention of pottery. She would have observed the effects of the microorganisms, triggering a chemical reaction to increase the elasticity of the clay, to mold her pottery into various finer shapes and designs. The magic of chemistry, when introducing various silicates and other catalysts to produce various color and the glaze of her rough produce, would have fascinated her. In this work of art, she would proudly present food to her brood and brought a mood of festivity to the cave. She would have extended this experience of molding and baking to grain and invented bread. She would have used this pottery to store fruits, to later develop wine, and to maybe entice her man to a more romantic evening. She would have accidentally discovered the leftover wine her lover drank on a previous night, transformed to vinegar, and used it to improve the taste of her cured meat. So, with this wide application of her knowledge of chemistry in real life, the social role of woman reached its prime in the well-organized Neolithic society that followed. It was she who coordinated and at the same time reproduced life and thus increased and improved the family. However, her continuously multiplying obligations resulted in the gradual isolation of this woman in the home, excluding this dynamic force from any active participation in basic economy that were to develop. After all, she was just a housewife, raising kids, nurturing them with her knowledge and wide application of chemistry in a day-to-day life. By 1883, women, mostly young and unmarried, with little or no job training, occupied typically clerical and teaching positions and entered the economic workforce. The journey for women in the path of chemistry commenced in 1870 when Ellen Solve Richard became the first woman to earn a degree in chemistry. This continued until Marie Curie in 1911 led in the field to be the first woman to be awarded the Nobel Prize for Chemistry. While acknowledging that history would have been rewritten many times over the feats of women in various fields, it is yet interesting to muse as to what opportunities women had and what challenges they faced due to the very fact that they were women. Let's take the life of Marie Curie, the most renowned woman in chemistry, a classic example to isolate and study the remarkable difference of women versus men in chemistry. She came from a family where her mother was a headmistress of a girls' school, brought up with a wonderful family where playing was educational, where the children learned while playing and played while learning. while being as brilliant as all her male contemporaries of the time, such as Sir William Ramsay, Ernest Rutherford. Her brilliance or her determination did not open doors of education easily, since women were not allowed to study at Polish universities, her birth country. She had to go abroad to pursue her studies, finance her education, taking up jobs such as a governess, being the one of the few choice of employment opportunities available for women, leading to vulnerabilities such as falling in love with the employee's son, an unacceptable situation for a poor woman. Having self-financed in 1893, she graduated from Sorbonne, ranking first on the licentiate list of physical sciences, but was denied employment in universities in Warsaw and Krakow because at the time, universities in Europe rarely considered employing female graduates. Her biographies say that the birth of her daughter Irene in 1897 did not interfere with Marie's intensive scientific work. Are we to infer that she did not have morning sickness during pregnancy? Did she not have to go through a difficult confinement to deliver the baby? And did she not have to nurse the baby throughout the restless nights that follow, throughout sickness and in health? No, my friends, it only says that her sheer determination as a woman did not stop her from discovering radium just 1 year later while balancing her new role of motherhood at its optimum. In between reading storybooks and poetry to her infant daughter, organizing bicycle trips around Normandy with Pierre, in the bicycles they were given as a wedding present, she spent quality time with her husband and daughter, walking and observing animals and plants, making both of them sensitive to the beauty of nature. In parallel, she was working towards receiving her doctorate and their first joint Nobel achievement for their discovery of radioactivity at the same time when she gave birth to her second daughter, Eva. Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder how many times she was disturbed during her work in the laboratory by the kids due to sickness, or to complain about the meal that they did not like, or to ask about the birthday party that would want her to plan. Was it she or was it Pierre who was disturbed in the lab by the kids who suddenly remembered a forgotten homework assignment? And all those memorable moments that every career woman could share with another, which is uniquely experienced mostly only by women. The sudden death of Pierre 2 years later made this world-renowned career woman, scientist, a widow with 2 small children overnight. In 1911, while she received an unprecedented second Nobel Prize, this time in chemistry for her work on radium, the society, unfortunately, the public, did not spare her from the scandal of publicizing her love letters to a fellow scientist. My dear friends, unfortunately, this letter apparently received the same publicity as much as her Nobel. I wonder if that would have happened to a man of the same status during the same time, or was she targeted for a publicized scandal due to her vulnerability as a widow, a woman? It intrigues me to think how many times she had to stop and slow down from achieving what she wanted. Due to this role conflict, a working woman would always have. The guilt of having to hand over your kids to a child carer while you pursue with your career would almost define you at times. To nurture and mentor one daughter to be a Nobel Prize winning chemist and the other daughter, a renowned artist, a pianist at the same time, her role would have been profound. Or did they just grow to be like that under a tree? And yet, it is only a woman in her Nobel Prize winning speech would share this pivotal role that this woman would play in the lives of their children with the governess, and thank her governess with the equal sense of indebtedness in the same sentence of thanking her scientific colleagues. I wonder how many men would thank their governess in a Nobel Prize winning speech. This shows the impact the responsibility of child rearing has on a career woman over a man in a professional environment. And now a word of advice from one woman in chemistry to another, and a few words of advice to those starting on their careers. The choice is yours. Taking up the role of both hunter and gatherer is what you choose when you decide to take up a career, be it chemistry or any other outside the role of a homemaker. For a man, when he decides to take up the role of a hunter, he is aligned to his gene code evolved over thousands of years. But when you choose a career, you shall be taking up both roles of hunter and gatherer, and you shall be rewiring your own gene code. How much more resilience would a woman require than a man? It is a fact that any minority will have to work twice as smart and twice as hard to be seen equal and to be accepted with the majority. It goes without saying that we women are a minority in our workplace. You will be expected to work smarter and harder to have equal status of a man. Having decided to take up the role of the hunter, did you give a thought as to how the society would see your independence, your decisiveness, blended with your compassionate nature in your career path? Interestingly, the terms used to describe women bosses are rarely used on men in the same context. An independent woman is bossy, while when she is decisive, she is aggressive. A man is smart, and the same capability of smartness is termed as shrewdness when it comes to a woman. Her compassion could be seen as a weakness, while the man taking the same decision will be seen as his confidence. What would drive you to be in this and be resilient? Is it the love for chemistry? Love for your economic independence that comes with your career? But remember, unlike men, you will be compelled to give up something to have another. And how much are you willing to take up, and what will you not tolerate? Will you succumb, or is it a question as to when you would succumb to the societal pressure to focus more on your gatherer role than the hunter role? Ladies, the choice is yours. It is not what the society is expecting from you, but it is all about how you can contribute to society while not forgetting that is you who has to make the home environment conducive, where the children can learn while playing and play while learning. Being a woman in the field of chemistry, Institute of Chemistry provided me so many opportunities. I chose to be a chemist, be a woman entrepreneur in the field of chemistry, be a wife, be the business partner of my husband, be a mother to my 4 children, educating them in the fields of medicine, economics and finance and engineering, while being a woman boss. Trust me, yes, we can do all that. In the process, we rewire our gene code. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for addressing some of the questions posed by our curious audience members and giving us an insight as to how we ended up here and why empowering women in chemistry is very important. And it was very informative and remarkable. So can we have another round of applause, please? Now, I would like to invite President of Institute of Chemistry, Ceylon, to present a token of appreciation for our plenary speaker, Ms. Renuka Jayasundara. Madam, can we have you on stage?
Thank you, Mrs. Jasuntara, for a very interesting, informative, and inspiring talk. Our fourth speaker for today's session is Dr. K.M. Thilini Gunasekara. Dr. Thilini Gunasekara completed her BSc Honours in Chemistry at the Department of Chemistry, University of Colombo, and obtained a PhD in Chemistry from the Centre for Photochemical Sciences, Bowling Green State University. She is currently working as the Head of Department of Polymer Science, University of Sri Jayewardenepura, and Director at Centre for Advanced Material Research, University of Sri Jayewardenepura. She is a recipient of several awards and an author of many research publications and communications. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Gunasekara, who is an emerging woman chemist in academia, to deliver her speech on wandering through the wonderland of hydrogels. Over to you, Dr. Gunasekara.
Okay, after hearing a very powerful, wonderful speech, I'm sure you have learned a lot about her. She's Marie Curie. I'm not going to talk any more about her because we already know about it. She won the Nobel Prize. She won the Nobel Prize in 1903. Then the Ada Yoda, who won the Nobel Prize in 2009, shows in the middle, and then Professor Francis, who won the Nobel Prize in 2018. These are the extraordinary stars in the sky of women in science. I'm not going to talk about any of them. Just that I'm going to talk about I'm not wearing specs. I thought I will put this picture just to appear myself as sort of a sophisticated figure. This is Thilini Gunasekara. Very good morning to all of you. I'm going to share my story. Not that I think it's important to you all, but just myself. I will tell you my mistakes, my drawbacks that I had to face to become a position in science world, so that the young scientist, the embarking scientist, will not do the same mistakes. My story started with him. He's my PhD supervisor, Dr. Neckers. People used to call him uncle of the Hitler. Not the Hitler, Hitler get Bappa. So you know what that means. It's just that working with him, he needs results. You need to provide results. If you don't provide results, get ready to deport. It's just simple as it is. So I want to mention you, when I was doing my PhD, I was single, I wasn't married, I didn't have a boyfriend, I didn't have a spouse, I didn't have any guy that I'm interested also. So I was just a single lady working in as a PhD candidate.
So my boss, my supervisor, didn't care about my gender or whether I'm married or not. He need the results. So I had to work really, really, really hard. There were times that I myself carried argon tanks, which is heavier than myself and which is almost about my height, from the basement to the third floor where my lab was. There was days that I was working 48 hours continuously in my lab. There were many, many nights that I went home all alone after passing the midnight, after doing work in my laboratory. So being a woman as a PhD candidate is no fun, and especially when you are single, it is even harder. He introduced me to this beautiful world of hydrogels. Hydrogels do comes under polymer. Actually, when we consider polymer, hydrogel is just a tiny drop of water there. It's just a small area. Hydrogels are made out of hydrophilic polymers, which is cross-linked, so it's a 3D network. So I tell you why I had to work that hard. This plot I took from my very first publication, and you can see there are figures, right? There are points. To get there, this one point, to represent one point, I had to repeat the same polymer. I had to synthesize the polymer 3 times. To prepare one polymer, it took me 1 week. So 1 week, 3 weeks, I'll get 1 point. My supervisor need results. Every week, I have to show the results in front of my batch. So there were other students who shows different IRs, different UV visibles, NMRs, while I was just showing 1 point at a time, stucking in a one graph. I'm not saying that other fields, organic synthesis or analytical chemistry or physical is easy. Just that my work was very hard, so does the others. That time I really cursed my supervisor, thinking, what is this he has given to me? Just hydrogels, and I had to work so hard. And what will I ended up after doing this PhD? Will I ever get a job? I was cursing actually. But then again, later on, I realized that research is not a race. It's just a journey. Today, this my first publication, my first work, which I thought is utterly useless, have more than 70 odd citations. And just after I graduate, my supervisor offered me a job at his company. There I also synthesize hydrogels for sanitary products as adsorbent materials in like baby diapers or adult diapers. Then I found another job. I was lucky enough to get into the petroleum industry, where again, because of my field in hydrogels, where hydrogels were used to pump oil from the oil well to the up. Then, while I was enjoying all this stuff, in 2011, I was blessed to join the Department of Chemistry, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Professor Shiromi Samarasinghe was the head of the department, and Professor Sudhanta Liyanage was the dean of the faculty. I really do have to specially mention their names because unless otherwise they have identified and recruited me as a senior lecturer in the Department of Chemistry, I don't think I will be speaking here on this stage. So when I was joined as the young lecturer, I was doing lots of stuff. I was teaching lots of lectures. My lecture load was quite high. I was joining with lots of organizations. I have been the secretary or the member or the treasurer. I have been the coordinator of many, many organizations. I was really, really, really busy, but it was very, very enjoyable. Once I met one of these arrogant gentlemen. He was so arrogant and he was having trouble because of his attitudes. Everybody around him was not happy. And anyway, he was attached as a temporary lecturer. So I thought, okay, he's in trouble. Let me give him some advice. I told him, look here, things are not going well to you at this moment. You need to do something like this rather than do like that. I purely advise with the pure intention of supporting him. But you know what was the answer is? He told me, look who is advising me. I have this much of publications, while you, last couple of years, how many publications you have? Huh. After that, I never give free advices unless they request. But I was so angry. I tried to help this gentleman, but then now he's barking at me. But then I met one wise lady who told me, Silini, don't just get angry over that statement. That is the truth, isn't it? You were neglecting your research, but you were doing so many other things. At that time, I realized truth, yes. We young lecturers, when we just get involved in other stuff, we kind of like forgetting to conduct our journey in a research world. Because might be many reasons. Doing research is not easy, especially in Sri Lanka. To get a chemical, maybe you need to wait 3 months or 6 months. So you need to pre-plan a lot. And then even you get a chemical, then finding instruments is even harder. Finding a student is even harder, right? And then sometimes you start doing a research in particular area. Sometimes some people says, hey, it's my area. What are you going to do here? And sometimes when you have an idea, they may say, it doesn't work here. I know everything in and out, but this is a stupid idea. Sometimes disappointments are there. These are true incidents happen to me. Sometimes you feel so sad. Why is really not working here? Sometimes when you go to find collaborators, maybe they will reject, saying that it's not going to work. Sometimes you see some people get more support or more advantage. Sometimes another person, another colleague might get all the chemicals or might get support from somebody in senior. But it doesn't matter. Remember, research is not a race. It is a journey. Find your path. Find your niche. I have seen when someone is doing a particular research and when he or she get good results, there are so many copycats. So they just do little changes and they just barge into that particular area. And when someone else doing something, they also barge into that area. So when you introduce yourself as a scientist, you really don't know, am I in inorganic chemistry or am I in organic chemistry or what am I? Find your niche, find your mark. That is your path. Then find your rhythm. In this journey, you will find some marathon runners who run steadily, but slowly. And you will find fast runners. They run fast and they take a break. But it doesn't matter. You find your rhythm. Remember, this is not a race, it's a journey. Then, as the women, we have to play many roles. I am a daughter, I am a sister, I am a wife, not yet a mother though. But it doesn't matter, the responsibilities we have is huge. My husband is an army officer. And army officers, they rarely come home. So still, I kind of like alone. All the stuff I do by myself. I cook, I clean. I even take my car to the service stations. I know better automobile problems than my husband. But that is not a reason. That is not a reason. That is not an excuse also for you to be a successful scientist. I do have a lot of lectures to conduct because my department is such a small department with few members. So my lecture load still is very high. And I am the head of the department and I have so many administrative work. At home, I had to cook. Today also I cook, I clean, and then I came. So that responsibility is there. My parents are old now. I have to spend considerable time with my parents. But yet, I can't stop my research work. It's a journey. There are barriers, there are obstacles comes, but you have to keep going. At least one step at a time, move. After that incident about that arrogant gentleman, I was glad that I consider a lot about my research work, and from each and every undergrad I got, I was able to publish my work all in index journals. You can't stop, don't stop, you need to go. So my research, these are undergraduate work, and they all published in high index journals. Again, I was doing my research in my comfortable area, hydrogels. Hydrogels are not just applied in diapers anymore. It has merged into the medicinal applications where drug delivery and where smart hydrogels has been evolved. So I'm very happy about the status I am right now, even though my movement is very, very slow. So when you start establishing, then people will identify you, people will recognize you, and then they will approach you and invite you for collaborations. Now that is a time to celebrate. That indicates you that you are in the correct path, you are doing well. So that is a milestone you have to remember. Then, like I told you, in this journey, you need to know when to take a break and how to take a break. Because if you are so stressed on publications, or if you are so stressed on doing research, there's no point. It's just one life we have right now. You have to know how to enjoy. If you are a painter, draw something, spend time with your friends, go out, do shopping, right? You have to enjoy yourself, otherwise what's the use? So being a woman is tough. I'm sure we all know that, and I hope the gentleman also knows that. Being a woman in science is tougher. But you need to start. Find your path, find your rhythm, and enjoy while you are on your way. So one day I'm sure this young scientist can be another star in this beautiful the sky of women in science. Thank you so much for identifying me, Professor Paranagama, and inviting me for this speech. I hope you will not do the mistakes I have done. Don't delay your start right now. Take one step at a time. If you are facing troubles, take a break, enjoy, and be a powerful woman who people will identify you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. That was indeed inspiring, and I'm sure the young chemists who are present in the audience today found it very useful. To present a token of appreciation to our guest speaker, Dr. Thilini Gunasekara, I would like to invite Professor Priyani Paranagama once again to the stage, madam.
Our fifth speaker, last speaker for today's session is Dr. Julie Franklin. Julie is a career and professional development specialist with the Royal Society of Chemistry. She is a chemistry graduate herself, a member of the Royal Society of Chemistry, and a chartered chemist. After beginning her career in a lab-based role, Julie joined the RSC as a member of staff back in 1997. She initiated the RSC's career service then and has seen it grow to become a valued resource for all members across the world. Julie left the RSC in 2002 to pursue a career in senior management and as a professional development and training consultant for other science professional bodies, before returning to the RSC in 2013. Since then, Julie has enjoyed her role in supporting RSC members and helping them to get their careers on track. Julie is particularly committed to supporting chemical scientists across the world and has taken part in events and run webinar sessions for students in India, China, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brazil. I would like to invite Dr. Julie Franklin to deliver her speech on getting ready to manage your career. Let's listen to her talk.
Society of Chemistry. That's my smiling face you can see on the screen there. And as you can see, I'm also a chemist myself, though I do understand something about the career paths that you are going to be treading. We're going to talk a little bit today about how you can do some work at the moment, even if you're still studying, that will help to get your career on track and make your future what you would want it to be. I'm just going to start with a thought for today. Successful careers don't really happen by accident. If you start thinking about your future now, you will reap the rewards throughout your working life. So what I hope to do today is just to give you an idea of some of the things that you can already be doing that will help you and help you to get your career on track. Another thing to think about is that careers nowadays really aren't linear. We don't just go to work for one employer when we've finished at university and stay there throughout our whole careers anymore. That's a thing of the past. And you may have to think about changing jobs, changing career track, changing company, changing university several times during your career. But what you need to be sure of is that each time you make a change, it's a change that's going to work for you. And developing qualities of flexibility and agility and resilience are really key. A lot of this is about your attitude. So we're going to talk a little bit about today about how you keep track on your attitude and make sure that you're always doing things that will take you in the right direction. Another thought really is that people do confuse their career with the job that they're doing at the moment. I would say to you that they are not the same thing. It's better to think of your career as a lifelong learning journey that you will put things into and you will get a lot out of. And if you start thinking about making a map for your career journey now and thinking what you need to do to get started, that's a great way to get yourself in the right mindset. And of course, every journey always starts with the first step, doesn't it? And the first step here is that your career journey really starts with you. Of course, you're going to be thinking about where opportunities might come from and how you're going to present yourself. We will talk a little bit about that later on in this talk. But really, the key thing is your journey starts with you. So I would encourage you to spend a little bit of time on a regular basis, once a fortnight, once a month, really thinking about your own motivations and what you want to get out of your career, as well as what you have to put in. So here are some questions to start you off. What do you enjoy? We're all different. We all like to do different things, but generally we're best at doing the things that we enjoy the most. So just thinking about what you enjoy the most is a good place to start. And I don't just mean in terms of your lab work and your research. I mean you as a person, because after all, your career has got to give you some satisfaction. You've got to get something out of it as a person. So think about what you enjoy. Do you like working with other people? Do you like taking initiative? All these sorts of things are really, really important for you to have in your own mind. And what motivates you? What makes you want to get out of bed in the morning and go and do things? What really fires you up? And what would success look like for you? It's different for different people. Some people want a job and a career that's going to benefit the human race. Other people want to make really important scientific discoveries. Other people want to earn a really good salary and have a lovely standard of living. All of these things are perfectly okay, but you need to really define what success will look like for you and what you've got to offer others. So what's special about you? And I would say that there are no right or wrong answers to this. We are all individuals, and don't be worried if what you want out of your career is different from your best friends or your colleagues. We're all unique, and really, you need to think about what's important for you. We're going to talk a little bit about finding opportunities now. I would encourage you to start thinking about this, even if you're not near the end of your degree or your PhD yet. You have got time to start doing some research into the employment market and thinking about what kind of career, what kind of job is going to suit you and what you're going to enjoy. So there are some obvious ways that you can find out about opportunities. There are jobs advertised. Yes, of course, you should look at those. But there are other ways to find jobs too. And one of the most important ones, I can't say this strongly enough, is to start building a network now. While you're still at university, start getting to know people. Encourage people to get to know you, make sure people can find you, become a real person and raise your profile, because that's so important when you're going out there and looking for a job. You can use recruitment agencies, of course, and I would encourage you to build a relationship with a recruitment agency and not just to send them a generic CV, which could have come from anybody. Talk to them if you can, find out information about them, and give as much in as you want to get out. And of course, there's social media too. Lots and lots of things on websites like LinkedIn and Twitter. You can follow companies, you can join groups, you can raise your profile, and you can find out about what employers are doing and what their values are, what's important to them. If you really can't decide at the moment, you don't know what you want to do, it's a big moment, I know. Do you stay in academia? Do you move into industry? Lots and lots of questions there. I would encourage you to have a look at this website that's on the screen now. URL at the top will take you there. It's a Royal Society of Chemistry website, and it's deliberately built for people early on in their career who are a little bit undecided. Lots of useful information there, and of particular interest, I think, will be the job profiles, which you can see on the screen there. Each of those are real people. We haven't made them up. They actually exist, and you can click on them and find out about what they do on a daily basis, the kind of skills that they use for those jobs regularly, and think about whether these are the right kind of things for you. So I hope that will be helpful if you're still undecided. I mentioned job adverts earlier. Of course, you should use job adverts. It's a great way to find out about what's out there. But you have to be aware of the fact that for every application that you make to a job that you've seen advertised, there will be lots and lots of other people applying too. What I would encourage you to do is start using job adverts now, even if you're not ready to graduate or you're not ready to find a job yet, but they are a great source of information about skills that employers value. Read through adverts, go through them with a highlighter pen, highlight the keywords, really identify the jobs that interest you and the skills that those kind of employers are looking for. I've put some URLs on the screen there. Some of these are UK centric, and I apologize for that, but some of them do go across the world, and you will know which kind of sites that you need to be looking for the locations that you want to work. So use them as a research tool. Getting you the right job is a research project in a way, and job adverts can certainly play their part in that. I mentioned employability skills. We need to talk about what employers are actually looking for and how you can meet those requirements. And a common thing that we find is that when people are coming to the end of their degree program, whether it's a bachelor's or a master's or a PhD, of course, you've been very, very focused on your science, and you're rightfully proud of what you've achieved and the qualification that you've got. Very, very proud of all your technical skills, and so you should be. But in terms of getting a job, the question to is your science going to be enough? I'm afraid the answer to that is no. When you go out looking for a job, you will have excellent qualifications, but you have to remember that lots of other people have them too. You will not be the only one. And this quote that's on the screen now was actually said to me by the president of Southeast Asia Dow Chemical Company a few years back. As far as industry is concerned, particularly, your qualifications are just your ticket in. So in other words, you won't get in without those qualifications, but how your career progresses and how far you go depends on your attitude and your behaviour. That's an important thing to think about. Employers generally recruit and assess staff on a competency-based model. This is very true of industry, but it's also becoming more and more true of academia too. It's a model that you can see at the top of the screen there, where equal importance is given to your knowledge, so that's your qualifications, your practical experience, so that's techniques that you can use, reactions that you know about, but also your attitudes and your behaviours, equally important. And we do find that a lot of people coming out of academia don't address those requirements in their applications and therefore don't get called to interview. So you know that now and you can be aware. Here's an example of a job advert. I don't want you to read it all through, but I have highlighted in bold there that right at the very top of that employer's specifications are what we call transferable skills. So it's your approach, a can-do approach, attention to detail, the ability to work in a team. Those things in this advert take a higher priority than the experience of analytical and purification techniques, which are at the bottom of the page. Because after all, an employer can teach you a new technique, but they can't teach you to have the right kind of attitude. So thinking about everything that you as a person bring to the job is really important. What I'm saying really, to summarize, is that what will get you the job that you want is your science and your skill. So the sorts of skills that employers are looking for generally are things like your self-awareness, understanding your strengths and weaknesses and doing something to address your weaknesses. The ability to work in a team, your self-motivation, enthusiasm and drive are so important too. Interpersonal and communication skills, absolutely vital, and for some jobs increasingly, particularly in industry, some form of commercial awareness is also important. So have a think about what you can do now while you're still studying to provide evidence that you're that kind of person. What can you do? Can you take on extra responsibilities, volunteer to do things to show that you have got that kind of can-do attitude? And also think about what's special about you. A future employer won't want to employ your degree or your PhD. They'll want to employ you. So it's thinking about what you bring to the job. What have you got to offer? How can you make yourself stand out from the crowd when you're making job adverts? And how can you persuade persuade the employer that you're the best person for the job? And the answer to that lies in a lot of things that you might do outside of your strict studying regime. It might be voluntary work. It might be giving presentations to younger students. It's just demonstrating that you're the kind of person who takes control and takes responsibility for their own development. Finding employers, well, there are large household names. We all know who they are. Those are the ones that I mentioned earlier. You can follow on social media, set up Google alerts. You can find out about their products and what they do. Find networking contacts there if you can. There are smaller organisations involved in contract research and manufacturing, and small niche companies that can be really quite difficult to find. So have a think about all of those sectors, and particularly the smaller companies. I think that's where your network and building a professional network now really help you to identify those opportunities. We're going to talk a little bit about CVs and applications now, because everybody does worry about them. The key thing is to make sure that all CVs, letters, personal statements, statements of purpose, whatever you call them, are tailored to the job that you're applying for. Use all the information provided by the employer. Go through the advert or whatever you've used very, very carefully. Identify the key words and the key skills that are important to them, and then follow the employer's instructions. At that time, really, they've got the job and you want it, so follow all the instructions they give, but don't be afraid to be assertive and tell them what you can actually do and what you can offer. People do worry about the difference between a CV and a statement of purpose or a covering letter, whatever you refer to it as, and some people end up with two things that are virtually the same. What I would say to help you is that your CV should be your what. So it's all the factual information. It's what qualifications you've got, what university you've been to, what skills you've got. It's the factual stuff. And you complement that with your letter or personal statement, which is your why. So that's your motivation for applying for the job, why you want the job, why you're interested in that science, why you're interested in that company. Industry CVs, I would say, if you're applying to industry, they need to be considerably shorter than an academic CV, 2 pages long, a mixture of your technical and transferable skills, depending on what the employer is asking for. And don't forget that the first page must grab the reader's attention in no more than about 15 seconds. I'm just going to talk a little bit about personal and professional development because it's so important. Networking, we've already mentioned. I can't stress that enough. If you are a member of the Royal Society of Chemistry, you can join. There are lots of networks that you can join through the Royal Society of Chemistry, so do have a look and make sure that you're making the most of your membership. Conferences, seminars and events, we know they're on hold a little bit at the moment, but join as many of these virtual events as you can. Get to know people, become a real person to them. Think about your online presence as well, so important. Who you know in your social network and through any voluntary work. If you're a member, I would draw your attention to the fact that you can use our online professional development recording system to plan your professional development and record it, and also find out more about professional designations that you get through the Royal Society of Chemistry when you're a little bit more experienced. So to summarise, really, it's your responsibility to get your career on track. Even when you're out there in the workplace doing a job you love, always know what you're worth outside of your current job, and make career research part of your monthly routine. Keep your network up to date, know and understand what skills you're going to need to make the next move that you want, and then do something about developing those skills. Plan and record your professional development using our system if you're a member, or one of your own. It's just, whatever way you do it, it's important. And this kind of proactive managed approach will reduce the chances of your career journey ending up here in a dead end, which nobody wants. And really, you've worked so hard, you really don't want that, and it shouldn't happen either. There are ways that you can avoid it. And I hope today that's explained to you. I just want to say a little bit finally about the support that the RSC offers to all underrepresented groups in science. We really do want to make the most of the talent worldwide in science. You might be interested to read this report about women in academic careers that we did a couple of years ago to support them, and a lot of things have come out of that. These are all freely available to read. You don't have to be a member to read them. There are some more examples there about work that the RSC does to promote the interests of all underrepresented groups and to encourage them into science careers if that is what they desire. We do have practical assistance, grants and assistance financial for members as well. And there's a couple of them on the screen there and a URL for you to find other opportunities there. If you're a member, we can offer grants for people with caring responsibilities to attend conferences, for example. There are lots of things there. So if you are a member, I would encourage you to have a look and see what's available and make the most of membership. I mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast that I am actually a member of the careers team, and on the screen now you can just see some of the support that we offer. The URL at the top there, if you go onto that URL, you will find lots of information that's freely available. You don't have to be a member to read that content, and you'll also find a link to a series of webinars that we do on various aspects of managing your career and also on some specific career paths, so that could be helpful to you too. If you're a member and you'd like to have a chat with us, then do drop us an email at careers@rsc.org. We're always happy to hear from you. Sorts of things that we do are careers events, which are on hold at the moment, but we are still doing career consultations via Skype and Zoom. We can help you with networking. We have a mentoring scheme that might be helpful to you, and we can offer you one-to-one guidance in this. If you're not a member and after listening to this today you think it might be helpful for you, there is a little bit on the screen now about how you can join and the benefits of membership. If you would like to find out more, the the email address at the bottom of the page there, membership@rsc.org. Do drop them a line. They're very friendly, and I'm sure they will be only too happy to help you and explain. So I hope that's been helpful to you today. I've really enjoyed talking to you. I hope it's been of use. If you are a member, please don't hesitate to get in touch, careers@rsc.org. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your symposium today. And of course, I wish you all the very best of luck in your career to come. So goodbye for now, and thank you very much for listening.
Broadcast is now starting.
The women chemist story. So with concluding remarks, I would like to invite Professor Paranagama, President, Institute of Chemistry, Ceylon, to address you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dinusha. Actually, let me briefly explain why we wanted to have this type of forum in Sri Lanka. Once I participate the World Women Chemist Congress, I participated as an outsider, and actually there were 45 women chemists participated from different parts of the world, because they have established women chemist forums. Unfortunately, not in Sri Lanka. So I thought of when I get an opportunity, this is what I'm going to do first. So if you remember correctly, during the induction of president in 2019, so I said that I'm going to establish Women Chemist Forum in Sri Lanka. So, and then actually we have a committee, and we had several meetings, like once in 2 months. And then we decided at the international conference, we have to dedicate 1 session to women chemists. And then the committee decided who are going to be the eminent speakers. So we wanted to select them from different disciplines. And this is how we selected. And I think it is a fruitful session. And for me, in this international conference, the most important and gave a the different picture to everybody, how it's, and also I'm sure the men who are here would understand that the women, how difficult for us to come to this stage, right? As a, the child, and, the being a sister, as the Dr. Tilani said, and then going to the through the as a wife and also mother, and then we be a, when it come to my stage, maybe your grandmother. So there are many things that you have to go through, and but with that, those are not barriers. That's what you have to understand. So you have to go through that, then the life will be a very balanced life. So you don't regret for anything. So, and actually, I like to thank all the speakers, Miss Lankani Hettigoda. We see that she's a very good entrepreneur, and also Miss Renuka Jayasundara, she's also a good entrepreneur. Those two we wanted to select from Sri Lanka, and as a young career chemist, we wanted to take Dr. Tilini, and Dr. Professor Amelia. I see that when I met her several times, and I see her career. She is a blooming star and eminent professor in the, she represents many societies, especially she is very close and doing a lot of work with UPAC, and also Dr. Julie Franklin. She's the expert in delivering, the addressing women forum. So this, and so we selected all these eminent speakers with good reasons, and we found that they should talk at this, in this session. So with that, I thank all of you and all the participants who are here today, giving us this, the participate in this forum, and giving us a good strength. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Pannagama, for your inspiring words and leading us to have this Women Chemist Committee in Sri Lanka. That concludes this session for Women Chemist Symposium. Next is the keynote address by Professor Neelakanthi Gunawardena on the topic From Research to Market, Prospects and Challenges in Sri Lanka. To read Professor Neelakanthi Gunawardana's citation, I would like to invite Joint Secretary of Institute of Chemistry, Ceylon, Dr. Ireshika Da Silva.
Professor Neelakanthi Gunawardena obtained her BSc Special Degree in Chemistry from University of Peradeniya in 1976 and the PhD in Organic Chemistry from University of Southampton, UK in 1982. She obtained Graduate Diploma in Education from University of Adelaide, Australia in 2010. She started her career as a university lecturer in the Department of Chemistry, University of Kelaniya in 1982 and became a professor of chemistry in 2004. She was adapted as a researcher in chemical ecology, basically aiming at eco-friendly insect pest control systems for Sri Lanka. Professor Neelakanthi Gunawardena has developed a pheromone-baited trapping system for 2 coconut pests in Sri Lanka, which resulted in a patent in 1995. She has numerous publications in peer-reviewed international journals and communications at scientific conferences to her credit. She has authored 2 big books written in Sinhala based on pheromone communication of living organisms. Her exceptional scientific contribution has been recognized by prestigious national and international awards, including the gold medal at Geneva Inventors Exhibition in 1996 and Presidential Award for developing an attract-and-baited trapping system for coconut pests in 1996. She was a recipient of the Chandrasena Memorial Award offered by the Institute of Chemistry, Ceylon in 1995. Currently, Professor Neelakanthi Gunawardena is the director of Semiochem Lanka Private Limited, which manufacture, formulate, and introduce non-toxic, eco-friendly insect pest control substances to the Sri Lankan market. Now, I kindly invite the audience to listen the video recording of the keynote address by Professor Neelakanthi Gunawardena on the From Research to Market, Prospects and Challenges in Sri Lanka.
My talk will be based on the following topic: from research to market, prospects and challenges in Sri Lanka. I have been an academic for 17 years in the Department of Chemistry, University of Kelaniya, where I did most of my research, and I will be talking about it later. And then I have a research experience of quite a number of years. I did my PhD in UK, University of Southampton, on insect pheromone synthesis. And then I also had sabbatical year in Department of Pharmacy, University of Strathclyde, Scotland, and another year in Institute of Organic Chemistry, Erlangen, Germany. And I had an early retirement due to certain personal reasons in 2010, and in 2012 I became an entrepreneur. Universities generally produce high quality research, and it's true because there has been many innovations originated from universities, even in the past and even in the present. And but however, very unfortunately, most of these research innovations remain as publications, and they do not materialize into products that are of service to mankind. But in the recent years, there has been more demand of this conversion because several new frontiers of sciences have emerged with great potential towards commercial products. For example, nanotechnology. I'm showing this graph, publications in nanotechnology has increased from 1990 to 2006 in an exponential manner. This is the increase in Europe, US, Japan, China, Germany, and Asian countries. So there, towards the 2006, there has been a great many publications which demands certain products to be marketed in that particular area. There are two pathways available for academics to follow. One is university industry cooperation, through which they can be exposed to the real world problems, because academics are not supposed to have business skills, They are not supposed to be exposed to real world problems. So when you are in contact with them through what is called industrial cell, which most universities nowadays have, and then you can select a problem based on your expertise and work on it in the university and then produce a solution which can be patented, and then patent can be sold. The second approach is becoming an academic entrepreneur. So this is a new word coined for it, academic entrepreneurship, which means that in addition to the traditional role of teaching and research, you undertake entrepreneurship as well. I want to look at academic entrepreneurship of Professor Smalley. He was professor of chemistry, physics and astronomy, Rice University, Houston. His discovery was a new form of carbon called fullerene molecule. His discovery was actually an accident. He was looking at formation of stars as an astronomist. He was evaporating carbon to very high temperatures and cooling, and in the formation of different structures of carbon. And in this event, he found a very stable entity containing 60 carbons, and this structure was, because of its stability, it was of interest, and its structure was found by Smalley, and in 1986 he shared the Nobel Prize for it. After finding fullerene molecule, the transformation from academic to entrepreneurship happened, and because he did not stop his work from fullerene into further structural analysis, but he found a very good use of fullerene into carbon nanotubes, which is a very strong material which has found many users since then. I'm showing this little graph here to show the tensile strength of engineering materials, and you can see the carbon nanotube superseding all the other engineering materials, graphite fibers, aramid, stainless steel. And today carbon nanotubes have found many applications, and it's holding a huge industry. What is relevant to us here is to look at the sequence of events that led to the entrepreneurship. Smalley Group supplied other researchers with high quality carbon nanotubes, and that increased the number of researching carbon nanotubes. Then he went on to a non-profit service center in Rice University, which was created at his request, which allowed this team to explore market information. Various carbon nanotube applications were made, and the volumes involved. This gave Smalley Group a very good idea about the demand of this material. And as a third step, he started his carbon nanotechnology company, which started commercial scale production of CNT. Coming back to Sri Lankan experience, which is my experience, I'm basically a synthetic chemist, and I did synthesis of insect pheromones for my PhD. And in Sri Lanka, synthetic chemistry is not possible. Therefore, I adapted myself to be researching on pheromones and pheromones applications in pest control, strategies. This little picture summarizes everything about pheromones and chiromones. They are basically insects communicate with mates of their same species through compounds called pheromones, and insects also need plants, and they communicate with plants through chemicals called chiromones. The research problem I selected was control of two coconut pests, namely Rhynchophorus ferruginous, commonly known as red weevil, and Oryctes rhinoceros, commonly known as black beetle. They cause huge problems in coconut plantations, and therefore it was selected. This slide shows the damage caused by the red weevil and the black beetle. Black beetle usually damage the young plants, and the seedlings are damaged, and then also they make holes and live inside this coconut plant. Whereas the red weevil lay eggs on the plant itself, and the larvae, these are the larvae, they grow their entire life in the tree and eating the phloem part of it, and finally the crown falls and the plant dies. So red weevil is a more devastating pest really than the black beetle. The control of these pests have been done by drilling and pouring synthetic insecticide called monocrotophos into the palm, thereby killing the larvae. This particular compound has high LD value for mammalians, and it is a class 1 toxic compound. Also, it is easily soluble in water. It's a phosphate-based insecticide, and uncontrolled use has contaminated groundwater. Secondly, when the plant is infested and the crown is fallen, usually the usual practice is to burn the entire tree. Our goal here was to find a non-toxic method to control these pests, and here are the two pheromones of these two pests, and usually pheromones are expensive in the international market. Therefore, our strategy was to use lesser amount of pheromone and to find chiromones that can boost up the activity of pheromones, so that we can use lesser amount of pheromones to keep the price down. These are the three major research grants that I received that are directly connected to this project. And as early as 1986, I received a grant from Sweden, IFS, and then it was followed by one from NARISA at the time, and then National Science Foundation. So we were looking for compounds that enhance the activity of pheromones, and for that we used a device called electroantennogram, which I received as a part of USAID grant I had. EAG basically measures, quantifies and records the antennal response to compounds. So by using that, we can screen many compounds and find out which compounds are very active towards the antenna of red weevil and black beetle. And these are the two photographs of antenna, just to show you the diversity of it. So using the electroantennogram I described before, we found activity enhancers for each pheromone, and combining the aggregation pheromone and the activity enhancers, in each case, we found 2 lure formulae for each pest. Using the lure we formed before, a trapping system was developed. The trap is shown here. It's our first trap that we field tested. The pheromone is hung there on top of the water. The water is the trapping method, and once the insect is attracted to the lure, it will come and it will fall into water. The slide here shows the trap catch versus time. Using our trap, we did field work and we got this result. The purple color indicates the pheromone plus enhancer. The blue color represents pheromone alone. Therefore, we can very well see that very high number of weevils have been caught at the 2nd, 3rd and 4th weeks, and the trap catch slowly dies down towards the end. Similarly, this is the graph for the black beetle. Here again, we can see a great big enhancement by the chiromones we found. And again, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th week, we see a large enhancement by the chiromone. Then again, it goes towards the trail end. This finding received several awards, international awards from Geneva Exhibition of Inventions in 1997, 2 prizes there, and then Institute of Chemistry also awarded silver medal for outstanding contribution, and 4thly, we received the Presidential Award in 1996. I'm showing here the publicity I received for this research. There were newspaper articles about my research and my awards. This again is a publication based on my award in Geneva, and there is a reason why I am showing all this publicity that I received. This trap was patented in 1995, and we obtained a local patent. And initial sale of our lure was done with a company called Serendip Natural Products, to which we sold the patent. I'm showing this slide in order to prove a certain point. First, we supported Serendip Natural Products for selling our lure, and they made their own trap. And in support, I arranged my research assistant for employment there, Samadara Disanayaka. She knew everything about the research because she did it, and now she is at Coconut Development Authority as Deputy Director, a very efficient girl, and so they were helped by this action, and they started selling our lure. In order to sell our lure to Serendip Natural Products, I started up a small proprietorship in 1998. Proprietorship is the smallest unit you can think of in selling products. This is showing our products that we sold to Serendip Natural Products. We were only selling the lure, and the company produced their own bucket and started selling the traps. So this is our pheromone for the red weevil. This is our pheromone for the black beetle, and these pheromones were included in these sachets. And altogether our products were all sealed because everything is volatile, and this is what we sold to the company. Serendip Natural Products started their initial sales using this trap which they designed, and this is where the pheromone is hung. It's an open trap, and they used our lure, and we sold them our lure. So over the years they have these sale figures, and I really admire their courage at this point to undertake this sales when it was quite new. The trapping using pheromones is quite new idea, and therefore there was a lot of apprehension, but nevertheless they managed to break through everything and sell. So in 2009 there was some kind of decline in their sales, and a new company took over, and they had certain sales, but by around 2011 somehow these sales structures were not in place, and there was some kind of a demand for this particular trap. And this showed us clearly there is a demand that exists in the country. Now I want to show you the events that led to formation of my company. There was this ban on monocrotophos, the synthetic insecticide, in the year 2000 because of the pollution and because of toxicity and so on and so forth. It helped increase sales of our product. And sales structure at SNP, as I told you, was not doing very well around 2010. And at the same time, because of this vacuum that was created in the market, a massive infestation of black beetle and red weevil came over the country, and apparently it was also coincided with the infestation that was sweeping through Asia during these years. Therefore, this was an ideal time for us to start a company. These are some of the newspaper articles that I happened to witness. This is in 2012. This paper where in Rajangane we have a huge infestation. This is the article that I wrote to the same paper that I showed you previously, explaining the solution for the problem in Rajangane farmers. And not only that, I actually sent some of our traps and lure to Rajangane farmers in order to save their coconut palms. At this time, I was just wondering whether I should start a company or not. This is a very sensitive period, and I happened to see this application in the newspapers by NSF, which is our donor agency, which helped me to do my academic research as well. So I was very pleased and I applied, but very unfortunately they rejected my application And even up to date, I never understood why it was rejected, because they supported the academic research and they were not going to support me on my business venture. So after being rejected from National Science Foundation, I used my own money and I started up my company, which I gave the name Semiochem Lanka Private Limited. Semiochem means it is based on semiochemicals that we found, and only very few people understood the meaning of that name. Anyway, the year of registration was 2012, and I would say investment was approximately 750,000, or it could be more. And it was the cost of pheromone that made more than half of that amount. These are our products. We made this trap, 2 traps. They are closed traps, and there were side openings here and even here for the entry of the pest. And then we had this pheromone fixed onto the bucket, and then soapy water inside, which is advised to add. And then once the trap is closed, the pest enter from the side holes and get drowned. The cost of these traps were these, the 550 rupees for this red weevil and 595 for the black beetle. This shows the price comparison with international lure. Our red weevil lure we sold at 450, black beetle for 495, and we added 100 rupees more for the entire unit, which means the lure and the trap. And obviously you can see the price differences. Our prices are much cheaper. We sold both the kit and lure separately. Therefore, lure was sometimes considered the refill. I'm showing here some international traps available for these 2 pests. They are very sophisticated, and also they are very expensive. We buy our traps from PETA market and do the changes necessary, like cutting holes on the side and all that. We sell so our trap is 100 rupees each. And I don't believe really having very sophisticated traps in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka being a developed country, keeping the price low is the main task. These are our sale figures at Semiochem from 2012, which is this year, and up till 2016. The last 4 years I have, 3 years I have been unable to make graph, unfortunately. But before this, it was the Serendip Natural Products and other companies that did the sales. So you can see from 2012, where this heavy infestation was taking place, we had a very good year that year, 2013. We sold nearly 8,000 lure. And black beetle is shown by this green color, and we kept the movement rather steady, selling about 4,000, 5,000 lures per year. And we have realized that it changes due to certain external factors. For example, if during the year that we had floods, we had very low sales. During the heavy rainy seasons, these insect pests are not attacking very much. They are sort of hiding. So things like that. But there has been a steady sale throughout. With the experience I gained, I can look at the Sri Lankan prospects. Many problems are there to address, and you can expose yourself to industry or agricultural sector. It is possible through university collaborations or industrial cells. And universities also provide very good infrastructure to work with, and many sources of research grants are also available, either locally or internationally. Finally, your work can be given publicity in order to be more successful. So as I said before, these are the research grants I have received during my tenure in university, about 9 years, and I have received a large number of grants. So it is not a problem to receive grants to do your work. And there are also various opportunities that certain companies and certain entities advertise to start up businesses, and I don't know how far these things can work because I have never tried, but these things are available from various sources. So what are the challenges that one has in this path? I would say number one is that there are no infrastructure to technology transfer, even though there is a very good infrastructure in universities for research. I know some universities like University Moratuwa, they have a very strong connections with industry, but I'm not sure about the conventional other universities. And then secondly, you expect donor agencies such as NSF to support them. When you are an entrepreneur, it's a different story, because when you are going from university, there has never been a problem for me, but as an entrepreneur I was rejected, and I still don't know exactly the reason why it was rejected. I didn't have time to find out all those things. The banks are supposed to support new businesses, and I have never been, therefore I really cannot comment on that. Finally, the government themes. Now, government sometimes entertain certain themes, and you think it's a good way to start your work there, but mostly my advice is don't have any expectations for support. I can give you a very good example. This is again one of my experiences, our diatomaceous story. Now, this is one of our new products in our company, which is insecticide, domestic insecticide. It's totally non-toxic and natural product, and it actually rhymes with the theme that we had in Sri Lanka a little while ago, poison-free Sri Lanka. So it's made from deposits of diatom skeletons of silica that is found in nature. Therefore, it is totally natural. It only harms insects, not humans or animals. It is child safe, and it gives no smell or no toxic fumes, and it causes no health issues. Therefore, it is ideal for any place like where the food is prepared, and bakeries, hospitals, and so on and so forth. Government theme, Poison-Free Sri Lanka, is still on. It has had many conferences, workshops, exhibitions, newspaper articles, and so on as a part of the campaign. And therefore I thought that our diatomaceous earth powder will do really well because it rhymes with the government theme. Whereas my own experience is that when it came to registration of this product, we found it extremely difficult and we received no help, and in fact we received quite a different attitude from government officials even. And we started the registration process in 2016 and finally it ended up in 2019. Luckily, we just became very lucky because we got the help from just one person in the Ministry of Agriculture who really understood the problem, and that's how we ended up getting it in 2019. Otherwise we would have been still struggling to get this registered. So that itself shows how difficult it is to get something done in Sri Lanka, even though the national theme is on our side. Secondly, finding sales outlets for this particular product which has a high demand. The normal procedures of entering into various outlets failed, but I must say the only thing that works in Sri Lanka is connections, and it worked. I'm showing this slide just to show you with all the good aspects of our product, how it is placed in the market. You can see a shelf in the insecticide shelf in this particular supermarket, and all the synthetic toxic compounds are above at the eye level, and we are just at the bottom holding a very, very small place. Finally, I like to expose some thoughts and conclusions that I have. First of all, how do you define a successful business? Is it the one that gives you most amount of profits, or the one that addresses a worthwhile problem? Well, we went for the latter, and that's what we were doing. Secondly, I would say that in order to become an entrepreneur, there is no definite formula to follow. You saw very clearly how fullerene was found accidentally and it made into carbon nanotubes, and that was the transformation from product to business. And in our case, we were looking for pest control problems in an eco-friendly way, and that rhymed with the government theme of poison-free Sri Lanka, and that helped us to come forward. So keep yourself vigilant, find a suitable problem and a solution. Get publicity as much as possible. As I showed you before in the newspaper articles, I got enough publicity because in the university we had a system whereby you get publicity of your research. Therefore, I did not have to look for donor companies to buy my patent. They looked for me because they already knew. And finally, feel the market before you enter. In my case, because I sold the patent, patent is live for 13 years, and I sold the patent. Therefore, they did the groundwork and they showed me that there is a demand for this product. And even in the case of carbon nanotube story, you saw that they knew before they entered into market that there is a demand. Finally, you have to also collaborate very well with the people around you. And I supported Serendip Natural Products, who bought my patent in the best possible way. I gave my research assistant to them, and I gave all the expertise to them in order for them to sell this easily, because it was a very challenging task. I have come to the end of my talk now. I want to thank the Institute of Chemistry, especially the Professor Priyani Paranagama, the President, and the Council members for inviting me on this occasion. I thank also for you listening to me, and I admire Institute's effort to reorganize this occasion in this difficult time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Neelakanthi Gunawardena, for your talk and sharing the information with us about the pheromone traps. So although you are not present with us here today, we have a token of appreciation arranged for you. So we will be sending it to you in the due course. This is the token of appreciation arranged for you, madam. So I would like to thank all the participants present here and who has joined through webinar for this session. So we are concluding the morning session, and there's a small announcement. For the guest lecturers and session chairs, lunch is available in the council room, and for the participants and others, lunch is available in the rooftop. Thank you. Is starting at 1 p.m. in Hall A.
Right, good afternoon. We are going to commence the technical session number 16. It is basically on chemical education and other multidisciplinary areas. So we have a plenary lecture coming up. It's a recorded lecture. So prior to that, I will read out the instructions. Presenters are only allowed to sit on the allowed stations. Your allowed stations are marked, and masks are mandatory to wear all the times. Presenters allowed to remove their mask when presenting. If you are removing your mask, we advise you to remove it completely. After each presentation, the surface, including podium, microphones, and the pointers, will be disinfected. Each talk is designed for 15 minutes. Therefore, each presenter is allowed 12 to 13 minutes for their presentation, where 2 to 3 minutes of question and answer is done at the end, for a total time of 15 minutes. In the presentation, the maximum time allocation is 13 minutes. So after first 10 minutes, one bell ring will be rang. The second bell will ring twice at 13 minutes. Right. Now, it is a privilege to introduce Professor Deborah Ann Melsner, who is a professor at the Mississippi State University, for the plenary lecture at this session. Professor Deb Melsner received her BS degree at the Davidson College, Davidson, North Carolina in 1986, and she obtained the PhD in biochemistry at the University of Texas at Austin. At the moment, she is the director of the REU Infuse. REU stands for the Research Experience for Undergraduates, and INFEWS stands for the Innovation at the Nexus of Food, Energy, and Water Security. So she started this REU programs at the Mississippi State University and in that region of the United States, and that give opportunity for undergraduate students to do extensive research, to complete their research work to a publication, as well as to obtain research experience from foreign institutions. So there are many exchange undergraduate students participate in that program, which helps the early career scientists or undergraduate students to enhance their research capabilities. So I think now we can listen to her talk.
We're doing what we can here to share what we have learned. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm so sorry I can't be with you in person, but we're doing what we can here to share what we have learned about supporting undergraduate students in STEM fields. My name is Deb Melsner. I'm an associate professor with a focus toward chemical education at Mississippi State University. And part of what I'm going to discuss with you today is that we have run for approximately 8 years now a variety of summer research programs that are focused toward helping students to be successful in STEM careers. And I'm going to try and share with you part of what we've learned in running those programs about what makes a difference in helping students be successful as they're thinking of those scientific pathways. As I mentioned, I am a professor at Mississippi State University. I am currently the director and co-PI of 3 different NSF programs, and these programs, all 3 of them, are focused toward supporting students to be successful as they're going into STEM careers. Much of the emphasis for our program is on research experiences and on supporting women, minority students, and first-generation students to be able to get the support they need. Hang on one moment. There we go, I'm back. I had to get rid of my error message, which always shows up. This is a photo showing me and my husband, my co-director on many of these programs, as we're leading a study abroad program. I'm unfortunately not going to be able to talk about that very much today, but that is also another aspect that we do in order to support students to learn more about renewable energy sources and the impact upon the world. The main focus we're going to be looking at in this talk is a summer research program. The core of the research program is funded through the United States National Science Foundation, and it is the program Research Experience for Undergraduates, Innovations at the Nexus of Food, Energy, and Water Security. It is a variety of interdisciplinary research projects, and we end up having a lot of students involved. Our 2019 cohort had 42 students doing research with us. As well, we have a focus toward outreach components and helping the students understand the mechanics of running a small business and thinking in terms of entrepreneurship, being able to start their own business or think about their own career trajectory. The research focus that we have for these programs is all focused toward biofuels and renewable energy sources, with a side focus of biomass and biochars as far as what impact that ends up happening with the globe and our current energy crisis. Just a little bit of background about this particular research focus so that you know what we do. There's a variety of waste wood products that are available and that normally just get thrown into the landfill as a result of other processing components. We could just burn those particular components, but the downside is that it then releases carbon dioxide and other off gases into the atmosphere, which is not what we want with the global warming concerns. So instead, what can happen is that biomass can be processed and undergo a process which is a pyrolysis process. It is heated at high temperatures and low oxygen in order to make components that can be further refined into liquid biofuels. We will always, as a society, need some of those liquid biofuels. If you think about airplanes or ocean tankers as they are moving across the ocean, it works far more efficiently to have a liquid fuel that they can utilize as needed, as opposed to relying upon solar energy or other renewable type energy resources. Now, one of the waste products for this particular biomass is what's known as biochar, and it's very similar to the charcoal that you find after burning a campfire when you go camping on the weekend. But for this biochar, it's been processed in such a way so that it has very interesting and unique components. They have very high surface area. If you take a look at the actual structure of the biochar, and the very high surface area means that it can be modified and used for a variety of purposes, including removing impurities from water. So this biochar or activated carbon is very often used to remove impurities. As well, it can also be added back to the soil to improve the soil for agricultural purposes, and it has the advantage of sequestering carbon out of the atmosphere. So plants grow and remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and then through this process, we're then able to create an interesting substance that then helps the soil become more improved, and along the way, it sequesters carbon out of the atmosphere. So the use of these biofuels and biochars has an enormous amount of interest within the environmental community. Here we're showing our student cohort from 2019. We had 42 students that did research with us. 8 of them were supported through our NSF-REU program, but then we also had a variety of other funding sources. Some of the funds came from national grants where individual research professors were able to support undergraduate students, or we also have external scholarship programs such as the Jackson Hart Foundation, which helps to support students to have these kinds of experiences. Many of our students fall into the category of a focused support in STEM fields. So we had 24 women, 9 underrepresented minorities, 9 first-generation students that were all involved with this particular program. Now, the outline of what I'm going to talk about for our particular student support falls into this category. We'll first talk about the partnerships that we develop for students so that they'll be successful, how we encourage students to have ownership of their particular trajectory. Part of that is ownership of their project, but as well, we talk about ownership of their overall career and what they can be doing to support their particular career goals. We also will share some of the information that we focus on with the students to help them learn about strategies for success within their STEM careers. And then last, I'll focus just a little bit on the social connections that we foster for our students, as that also makes a very big difference for them. First of all, for the partnerships, we have a very focused graduate student mentoring seminar that we offer before our summer research experience. What we're trying to do is help our graduate students understand the dynamics of working with an undergrad in the research lab and help our graduate students and faculty members plan out what can occur for a summer experience so that the undergraduate will have a good quality experience. So we're encouraging our team to develop the deliverables plan week by week so that the research teams understand where we're trying to get to by the end of the summer. We really emphasize that the research is getting off to a fast launch. So the research faculty member and the graduate students are making sure everything is ready for the undergrads and that they have their timing planned out for at least the first few weeks so that they know what it will be going on. As well, for our undergrads, they're going to be doing a number of presentations through the summer, so we make sure that our mentor individuals understand everything about the game plan for what we'll do for the research summer. Now, one of the keys we found for our undergraduates is it's really important that they overlap on their research projects. So we very often are planning research projects where students will have their own goals and outcomes for their particular project, but as well they're overlapping in a number of ways to be able to learn techniques together or be able to spend time working together on particular aspects of their experiments. We found that having these partnerships makes a very big difference to the undergrads where they feel like they have support. They aren't always feeling lost and on their own because they have a buddy system in order to be able to work with others. And as a result, we find that it's a very supportive environment to make sure the students move forward well and are being able to get done what they want to get done. We can see some of these partnerships here. We have a graduate student matched with 2 undergrads. Here as well, 1 grad student matched with 2 undergrads. And so even though each undergraduate student has their own unique project, we still find ways that they can overlap quite a lot as they're accomplishing their goals. When it comes to the outcomes for the students, one of the things that we emphasize for them is the aspect that we are trying to accomplish for the research summer. So we help our undergrads understand what they're supposed to learn in their research summer. We emphasize being able to read journal articles and understand what's going on in the primary literature. We are working to increase their critical thinking skills as far as identifying questions and figuring out how to test a hypothesis. We're helping them to get transferable skills with being able to collect data, analyze and interpret their data. And then the final thing is we're really supportive of helping students understand how to communicate. We do a number of presentations throughout the summer so that the students can practice communicating verbally. And then as well, the students have to create a research poster and a sample research manuscript so that they can understand how to communicate in a written fashion. We do find that the strong emphasis on these particular learning objectives is supportive to help our students grow and develop throughout the course of the summer. Part of the deliverables for the students is in the second week, we have them do what we call an elevator pitch. This is just a very short, fast 2-slide overview of what their research is going to be for the summer. The advantages for this is that it helps to get the students practicing, talking about their research and being able to present their research. And it also encourages the undergrad students to get up to speed very, very quickly with what their goals are for their particular research summer. In many of our years, we've been able to have our students present their elevator pitch at a teacher education conference. And so what it allows our students to do is it allows to overlap with middle school and high school science teachers. It really kind of helps to close the circle where the undergrads are communicating back with their high school teachers or people that are similar to their high school teachers. And we really find it's a nice energy for the students being able to explain to the high school teachers what's going on this research focus. For our program recently, we've become so large with the number of students involved, it's been difficult to go back and interact with the teacher education workshop, but we still find a great deal of value for using this elevator pitch. And we make sure that in the second week of our summer that the students have a chance to present what they're going to be doing for their work and have a chance to practice talking about their research. And then, of course, at the end of the summer, hang on, there we go, I'm back. I got rid of my error message. At the end of the summer, we have students present their research posters at an undergraduate student conference. And so here we are showing our students presenting their research work for what they've done for the summer, practicing being able to present their research in writing, and of course, being able to explain what they've done. As well, the students are required to submit a sample manuscript draft of their research, including their results and figures, to their research professors with the hope that that can streamline the process in order for the work to get published, so that our faculty are going to be a little bit more primed to help get that research out the door and published in peer-reviewed journals. Now, another component we do with our students is to have them be thinking about what they can do as individuals to support their particular career path. And one of the first things we do is we do a process of working with our students on an individualized career plan. These processes, which are known as ICPs or IDPs for individualized development plans, have become very, very popular with graduate student communities in recent years. In fact, the American Chemical Society has a really wonderful online version that is focused toward graduate students, which your students could access in order to go through this particular process. For our summer research program, we found it more useful to do one on paper, as it allows us to be able to communicate back and forth with different mentors on what a student is thinking about for their individualized career plan, and then have our student come back and modify what they're thinking for their ICP as they change what their goals are. So for this ICP plan, it is a multiple page document, but we're having our students identify what they want to do for their future career, and then think their way backwards on what would be the skills, the technical aspects, the experiences that are going to help them be successful in order to accomplish their endpoint career. And what this does is it helps the students go through a process of figuring out how they can impact where they want to go. Because we're asking the students to think about, do you need particular skills to become a college professor? Well, maybe you need to be able to talk about your research work and present your work. You need to be able to communicate effectively. And so then it helps our students understand the context for why we are working on particular things for the summer and what they can be doing to improve and think about those particular outcomes. As well, we also have some additional focus on particular aspects of this ICP plan. For example, we spend a lot of time talking about recommendation letters. What a student thinks is important to read within a recommendation letter. Who are they going to ask in order to write recommendation letters? Because we know that a student is going to need a reference or a recommendation regardless of where they go. If they're going to go to a job or to a graduate school or to some other program, they're going to need that kind of reference. And we want the student to be thinking about what is it that they would want to be said in that particular document, and then how are they going to create that as their pathway. If they want a research professor to say that the student is a hard worker and works well with others and has an excellent work ethic, well, we want the student to think before their summer is all the way over on how they're going to create that particular dynamic for their rec letter. As well, we do a big focus on the personal essays that a student will have to write for an application. What's going to be important to include in that essay? What do they already have to include? And what is going to be the goals to figure out the next experiences and the next skills that they're going to want to be able to focus on for those particular essays? So really, we're asking the student to be able to take ownership of what they are going to try and accomplish for their summer and where they're going to go for their future pathway. And this is a process where we're helping the student think that they don't have to be a passive participant with what they're doing. They can actually be actively moving forward to accomplish what they want for their goals. Another thing that we do is we make sure that we're sharing the information students need so they understand how things work in the physical sciences. So we do a lot of sharing of information on career paths, how it works to get into graduate school, how it works to be a graduate student. We're spending time working on these individualized career plans. And then, of course, we're also spending our time helping students understand how to create a research poster and how to present their work via a poster, and then also how to be able to write this sample manuscript. For much of these series, we're doing these as lunchtime seminars, and as well, we have another process with faculty seminars. A focus as well for our program is the idea of how to run a small business and having our students think about entrepreneurship and the idea of being able to create their own career path for what they want to do. This is showing a focus that we have for this entrepreneurship. Some of our students participated in an entrepreneurial competition run through our Mississippi State Entrepreneurship Center, and they were able to win funds to show what they had done with developing a student-run business and able to think of creating their own career path. And then the last thing on the advice side is what I had mentioned about our faculty seminars. We ask our faculty to be very involved in working with our students to explain their research, but as well to explain what the faculty career path was and how they got to their particular end point of their career with where they are now. Because it's really important for the undergrads to understand that there's more than one right way to be able to make decisions and figure out what they can be doing as they go on their career. So we ask our faculty to explain their story, why they made the choices and decisions that they did, what they wish they had known before they had gone to grad school, what they wish that they had known before they had made a particular decision. And by able to share those personal experiences, it really helps the students understand that there's more than one pathway to get to the end point they want to go, and that there's, maybe some things to think about as they're figuring out the next stage of what they want to do. Last, I just want to mention a little bit about the social connections and the student experience that we have. We have many of our students living in our dorms. We've not been able to do this for this current summer 2020 as the United States is dealing with so much with the coronavirus. And so we have not had external students living in our dorms this summer. However, under normal summers, we have a big social component where we're having activities and parties for students. We do field trips to help them visit other graduate school programs and to visit other businesses. For example, we go down and visit the national lab that is run by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers at ERDIC. And so we're doing all kinds of activities and field trips to help our students identify parts of what they might want to do. The outcomes for our program, for 3 of our summers, or I'm sorry, for the last 5 years, we've included 113 students in the summer for these research experiences. And many of them have now graduated and moved on into graduate school programs, professional schools, or into industrial jobs. We still have about half of our students that are still earning their bachelor's degree as undergraduate students, and so they're still applying the skills and the outcomes that we've asked them to think about as they're trying to move forward and figure out what the next step is. We encourage our students to present their work at conferences. We've had a total of 134 student presentations occur with these students, and a number of publications have made their way out the door to peer-reviewed journals so that this research work is getting published and shared with the larger community. So the final comments I would emphasize is that it's very important for our undergrad students to have a lot of overlap within their student projects. So as a result, they feel like they've got peer support and mentored support for what they're trying to accomplish. We work a great deal to have our students present their work in a variety of forums, whether it's with the teacher workshop or with their elevator pitches, or as with the research symposium at the end of the summer. And then as well, we're giving our students lots of support, lots of information for them to be thinking about what they have as their particular career goals and what they're going to do in order to accomplish what they need to do to accomplish their particular career trajectory. Finally, I'd like to thank all of our supporters. We've had wonderful funding from the NSF through the REU program and the Mississippi EPSCoR program. We've had financial support from Emory University, George Washington University, and the Jackson Hart Foundation, along with the Mississippi INBRE program. And lastly, I need to thank Mississippi State University, the Department of Chemistry, the College of Arts and Sciences. Our university has been wonderful to work with in order to make sure that we are creating a really nice summer experience for these students, and we very much appreciate all of the support we've received. Thank you so much for listening to this talk. I hope we have been able to give you a few ideas about what can work to help support students as they're pursuing their STEM-focused careers. Thank you very much.
I hope the audience enjoyed the talk. And even though Dr. Deb Melsner is not physically present here, we do have a token of appreciation. So symbolically, I will display the token of appreciation. Right, now we will move into the technical sessions. Our first technical abstract is the abstract ID 19, Safety Culture and Safety Compliance in some chemical laboratories in Sri Lanka. The corresponding author is Dr. UK Jayasundara. The co-authors are ADAI Samaranayaka, and the presenting author is SMS Nisajja.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Sajana Nishadya. My topic is safety culture and safety compliance in some chemical laboratories in Sri Lanka. This is the outline of my presentation. Let me start the presentation by defining what is meant by safety culture. Safety culture is an organizational culture that places a high level of importance on safety beliefs, behaviors, and attitudes. In other words, it can be defined as shared attitudes, behaviors that can be shared among all the members of an organization, which is related to safety and health. So we can basically categorize safety culture into two main groups as positive and negative. In an organization with a strong positive safety culture, majority of the workers believe that safety is more important over other work. And there should be strong policies and a proper guidance should be provided by the top management in order to maintain that culture within the organization. Negative safety culture is the exact opposite of the positive safety culture, where the workers believe that safety is not that important over other work. This may be due to lack of strong policies and poor leadership of senior management. Hazards affect many people in work environments. So this hierarchy of controls is a representation that can be used as a fundamental method of protecting workers by controlling exposure to hazards. The effectiveness of this chart increases from bottom to top, where PPE or personal protective equipment is the least effective method which can be used to control hazards. Chemical laboratories are naturally dangerous environments. There have been a number of incidents reported in Sri Lanka as well as in other countries, including fatalities due to chemical hazards. So I have taken two examples that just happened in year 2018 in Sri Lanka. So the purpose of this study is to examine the safety culture and level of safety compliance that exists within the within industry chemical laboratories in Sri Lanka. Let's move on to the methodology. This study focused mainly on industrial chemical laboratories which represent both government and private sector. Information were gathered using a survey questionnaire. So a hard copy of the questionnaire was given to the supervisors or laboratory staff members of the students who registered for the industrial placement and scientific training course at the Institute of Chemistry, Ceylon in the academic year of 2018 to 2019. The survey consisted of 5 parts, namely part A, B, C, D, and E. Part A mainly focused on demographic data such as age, gender, area of working, etc. Part B consisted of data related to attitudes and perception of workers towards laboratory safety. Part C collected data regarding laboratory practices, and Part D collected information on laboratory management. Finally, Part E consisted of data related to laboratory safety and laboratory environment. So this was a the picture shown here is the questionnaire which I gave. So there were 31 questions, and for each question there were more than 2 responses. So they had to select accordingly. Let's move on to the results and discussion. So out of 80, only 46 participants submitted the completed survey report. And according to results, majority of the participants were between 31 to 40 years. About 70% of the workers have worked more than 5 years in any laboratory, which means we can consider them as experienced workers, and they were aware of the laboratory setting or safety guidelines in their laboratory. Around 69% spend more than 20 hours per week in a laboratory, which means the level of risk associated with chemical hazards is high for them. According to the pie chart shown on the left side, none of the participants represented academic area, while majority of the participants represented while majority of the participants represented research area. As you all can see from the right hand side pie chart, around 17% believe that self-perceived level of risk in the laboratory is low. So this kind of perception can influence their attitudes towards laboratory safety rules in a negative manner, because they might tend to pay less attention towards laboratory rules as they believe that the risk is low and it might not affect them. Part B collected data on how workers react towards safety inspections and safety guidelines. So a majority of the participants have a positive attitude towards safety inspections as they believe safety is greatly improved by inspections. A few participants believe that laboratory safety rules and regulations negatively impact their productivity, which is questionable, because if you have a proper set of laboratory rules, then the level of risk associated with chemical hazards is low. So the workers feel safe to work in that environment. The productivity should be increased. As you can see from the left-hand side pie chart, 39% believes that safety procedures in the laboratory are stringent, while 33% suggest that it should be more stringent or more strict in future. For the question, how important is safety to you? All the respondents states that safety is important to them, which is a positive sign towards laboratory safety culture in Sri Lanka. Part C focused on workers' laboratory practices. So according to the first pie chart, half of the respondents state that safety inspections are carried out in their laboratory at least once a month. The frequency of carrying out inspections may depend on the functioning of the laboratory. If it is a heavily functioning lab, then the frequency should be high. And as shown by the right hand side pie chart, around 54% says that safety inspections are conducted by employees from the lab, which is equivalent to first party auditing. In addition to first party auditing, there should be second party and third party auditing in order to ensure the credibility. As shown by the last pie chart, 1/3 of the respondents state that they have sustained an injury of any kind while they are working in the laboratory. So that implies that there's a level of risk associated with chemical laboratories. Part D focused on laboratory management, and except for 7%, all the others stated that risk assessment has been conducted either formally, informally, or using their own format. So conducting risk assessment is important because by doing this, we can minimize the hazards or incidents that can happen in future. And there was another question in the survey regarding PPE or personal protective equipments. So we asked whether they get personal protective equipments when they enter the lab. So everyone stated yes, but here if you look at this pie chart, only 57% use PPE when they are performing in the laboratory. So that means even though they know that safety is important, but this is the most fundamental control that you can use to protect from hazards, chemical hazards. They are not using or they're not wearing PPE all the time when they are performing in the laboratory. Even though more than 90% feel comfortable in speaking with their supervisor, 78% have not reported any accident to their supervisors, which is contradictory. Finally, part E focused on workers' opinions about their laboratory safety and working environment. So according to the first pie chart, around 90% states that laboratory is a safe place to work. But around 11% states that neither they agree nor disagree to this statement, which means they do not have a proper idea about the safety of their laboratory environment. And finally, for the question we asked that safety is utmost important in their laboratory, none of the participants stated that it is less important than other experiments or other work. Everyone stated that it is more important than other work, or it is of equivalence important to other work, which indicates that there's a positive safety culture in Sri Lanka, but still they do not concern about laboratory rules and regulations. So finally, I will move on to the conclusion. So as I mentioned earlier, there's a safety culture exists in Sri Lanka, but need further improvements. And also surveyed laboratories, although surveyed laboratories provide PPE to their employee, some still do not understand the safety culture. And even though the laboratories do have proper safety measures, they still have some compliance issues. So I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. UK Jayasundara and all the respondents that participated in this study, laboratory staff of respective industries, all the students who registered for the industry placement and scientific training course at the Institute of Chemistry, Ceylon, and finally, College of Chemical Sciences for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
The author requested me to answer the couple of questions. Right, so I have one question to ask. Since you are collecting data from students who are especially going for the internship, are they competent enough or experienced enough to answer such question? Now, for example, we ask freshman students, first year in a laboratory, are you happy with the safety protocol in our lab? Are they experienced enough?
Actually, sir, we were focusing on supervisors or laboratory staff members. So students did not fill the survey. Laboratory staff members and their supervisors filled the survey. We were just distributed the hard copy of the questionnaire to among students. They had given them to their supervisors. So we collected those data.
Now, the other question is, did you talked about the awareness of the safety protocols and all the safety guidelines. Are you planning to in future maybe to survey on that aspect, like whether these employees are referring to those guidelines? Are they aware of those guidelines, and are they managing checking whether their employees know those guidelines?
Actually, sir, those are done by safety inspectors. So what I can do is I can enhance this research into academic area, and I mainly focused on the Western province. So I can enhance that areas, but about that should be done under any institute like NIOSH, that is the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health Inspections. So any respective person from that industry can do their inspections.
Let's thank our speaker team.
Next, we do have a webinar session coming up. The abstract number 21, Insight into Mechanism of the Catalysis of the Urethane Formation by organotin-4 dicarboxylate using experimental and computational methods. The corresponding and presenting author is Ransi Devendra, and the co-authors are Neil R. Edmonds and Thilo Sohail.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me? I suppose I'm okay now. Can you hear? Okay. Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank the Institute of Chemistry giving us the opportunity to present this work. Today, I'll be talking on insight into the mechanism of catalysis of urethane formation by organotin dicarboxylate using experimental and computational method. My name is Ransi Devendra, and I work for Euroxis as Science and Technology Manager. Neil Edmonds and Thilo Sohail work for the University of Auckland. Now, outline of the talk. It will be introduction, experimental work, computational work, summary, and conclusion. Now, for introduction, I'll be talking on urethane chemistry, catalysts for urethane formation, and proposed mechanisms. Urethane chemistry, urethane is formed by reacting isocyanate with an alcohol, either in the presence of catalyst or without a catalyst. In polyurethane formation, polyol is reacted with a polyisocyanate. The isocyanate can be an aromatic or aliphatic. Now, this was first discovered by Otto Bayer in 1937, and since then, there had been a significant development in the polyurethane industry because of the performance of polyurethane in various applications. Now, polyurethane can exist in two forms. One is the inactive forms where there is no functional groups, and the properties depend on the monomers and the cross-linking density. The other one is the prepolymers where the active functional groups are NCO or the or isocyanate groups, and they are called prepolymers. At Euroxis, we make actually prepolymers for various applications. Now, let me explain how the prepolymers. Now, we do synthesize prepolymers at room temperature by reacting a polyol with excess isocyanate in the presence of a catalyst. Now, the catalyst is very important for this particular reaction because it carries out the polymerization. Also, when it's comes into application, also catalysts play a major role. Now, these prepolymers are used in castings, coatings, and adhesives application. Now, from here onwards, I'll talk on the catalyst. Now, there are various catalysts that is used for polyurethane or urethane synthesis. They are tertiary amines, organodicarboxylate, metal carboxylates, and metal chelate. Out of them, the tertiary amine and organotin carboxylates are most popular in the industry. Now, at Euroxis, we use mainly organotin dicarboxylate to prepare aromatic and aliphatic prepolymers. Now, one of the problems that we had in one of our prepolymers is the aliphatic prepolymers that is as for a coating material, that it didn't have storage stability because it undergoes increase in viscosity. So we want to investigate the catalyst, how the catalyst take place, and what impurities that are formed in the catalyst, because the catalyst is the main cause of this for this storage stability. So we investigate the mechanisms that are put forward for organotin dicarboxylate in urethane formation. Those are in three groups. One is insertion mechanism, Lewis acid mechanisms, and ionic mechanism. Out of this, the insertion mechanism is most popular because it can explain most of the reaction, the behaviors. Now, in that mechanism, what they say is the organodicarboxylate interact with the alcohol, and it converts into alkoxide. Then the alkoxide interact with the isocyanate to form a carbamate, and then the carbamate is react with the alcohol to form the urethane and regenerate the alkoxide. And that's how the reaction takes place. And this particular mechanism is proposed for both aliphatic and aromatic systems. This was first put forward in 1965. Since then, all explanations were done mainly with this particular mechanism. Now, based on that mechanism, we did some experimental work. First, to see whether actually the alkoxide is really forming. Then we used different catalysts, because they said that the alkoxide is catalyzed the urethane reaction. Also, we did some stability tests with different catalysts. First one, we did an analysis as just to check whether the alkoxide is formed when organotin dicarboxylate interacts with alcohol. And we compared the FTIR spectra with organotin alkoxide, and we couldn't observe alkoxide forming with this particular interaction. We came to a conclusion that there's no clear evidence of forming free alkoxide. Next, we did a series of reaction studies, first using aliphatic primary isocyanate, because this is what we are used in our prepolymers, reacting with butanol in xylene medium, and using different catalysts, alkoxide with organodicarboxylate. And we found that for the aliphatic, with increasing acid ligand, the reactivity increases. But when it comes to aromatic, we found that it's independent, and there's no significant difference with the different catalysts. Also, we did a stability of prepolymers by synthesizing with different catalysts, and we found that whenever we had alkoxide in the system, the stability of the prepolymers was not good. So these are the conclusions of experimental work. And then we did some computational work. Actually, when you do computational work, we can study reactions and intermediate, because normally the intermediates or these short-lived intermediates cannot be studied using conventional method. And also, particularly, we studied the pre-complex and also the transition state energies. Now here, what we do is we studied the energies of these compounds that are formed. In this particular investigation, we used density functional technique, and one of the parameters that we can calculate is the thermodynamic parameter, that is enthalpy and Gibbs free energy, which gives a good indication of the stability of these compounds that are formed. So taking those parameters, we did these calculations, and the investigations was done according to the proposed reaction, the insertion mechanism. First, we studied the alkoxide formation, then the isocyanate interacting with the alkoxide, and finally the urethane formation. Now, first what we did was to check whether the alkoxide can be formed, and we did this calculation for this particular reaction, and we found that it is not energetically favorable because it most probably it is on this side, but still the reaction can go forward because the urethane is formed. So we studied the reaction whether completely by interacting the alcohol with the organotin dicarboxylate, and we end up with some sort of an alkoxide complex. So that means it is not a free alkoxide. That's most probably we didn't observe the free alkoxide because of that. So we took that alkoxide and then interact with the isocyanate to form the carbamate. And when we did that, one of the acetic acid ligand was broken from the tin center. But of course, when we noticed that it associates close with the tin center, and this is true for both aromatic and aliphatic isocyanate. From this onwards, the isocyanate, the carbamate, now can react with two ingredients that are present in the system. One is the alcohol that is present in bulk, and other is or the excess, and also the acetic acid that is the ligand that broke off from the tin center. And we did the transition state energies for both these reactions. If it reacts with the acetic acid, it can form the original acetic dicarboxylate and also urethane. If it reacts with the alcohol, it can form the what we call the alkoxide and the urethane. Now, when it comes to aliphatic, we notice that the difference between the transition state energies between these two reactions are greater than for the aromatic system, which means that the selectivity is more for the aliphatic system. And also we found that this particular reaction going through acetic acid is much lower, transition statistically lower. So when it comes to aliphatic, most probably it is sensitive to the acetic acid ligand because of that. And we did some further investigation whether it is possible that the acetic acid can migrate to the bulk of the medium and can react with the isocyanate. And this we did but association studies of the pre-complex, and we found that the chances of losing acetic acid from the tin center to the medium is more for aromatic. That means in the aromatic system, the acetic or the carboxylic acid doesn't exist close to the tin center compared to the aliphatic system. So that means the aliphatic is more sensitive to the carboxylic ligand. That is what we observe in our experimental work. Now, when it comes to the aromatic system, what happens is it gets converted to the alkoxide, and there is a series of reactions that can take, and it lose all this the carboxylyl ligand, and most probably it can convert it into the either dimethoxide or it is associated complex with alcohol. And what happened is that I have taken the dimethoxide, and the aromatic isocyanate can react with that and form the urethane. So when it comes to the mechanism, in the case of aliphatic isocyanate, that it can interact with the organotin dicarboxylate and regenerate the organotin dicarboxylate forming the urethane. Whereas in the case of aromatic, what happens is the dicarboxylate is first converted into the methoxide, and then the methoxide acts as a catalyst. And finally, it is possible that the methoxide can reconvert to the original catalyst if there exists any dicarboxylate in the medium. So finally, as conclusion, we can say organotin dicarboxylate catalysis of aromatic and primary aliphatic isocyanate in urethane formation in nonpolar medium take place in two different mechanisms. Organotin dicarboxylate catalyst of primary aliphatic isocyanate in urethane formation in nonpolar medium, the carboxylic ligand contribute to the reaction rate. Organotin dicarboxylate catalyst of aromatic isocyanate in nonpolar medium take place through an organotin of alkoxide form as an intermediate. And also from our experimental results, we saw that the organotin alkoxide significantly affect the stability of the prepolymers. Now, taking these information, we were able to change our procedure of aliphatic prepolymer synthesis and to minimize alkoxide formation, and we got a very good stable prepolymer. And now at present we market this particular prepolymer as a coating material for marine yacht for wood coating through AkzoNobel worldwide. Finally, I would like to thank Euroxis Limited for their financial support for this project, University of Auckland for financial support, Gaussian and Wave Function for their technical support, and AC for allowing us to use the computational facility for the theoretical work. Thanks for your attention. Any questions, please?
Thank you for the presentation. I think the speaker will accept a couple of questions.
Hello, Mr. Devendra. Can I know, did you use BCLP function for your calculation?
Sorry, I'm not clear.
Can I know, did you use BCLP function for your calculation in computational method?
I'm not, so it's not clear, please. Can you?
Yeah, I think the question is, why did you select that specific basis set for your computational calculation? I think you are muted.
Because when we started the can you hear me? When we started the calculations, actually I had to do it on a desktop. So I used the most simplest basis set, and we were able to get reasonable good results with this, because in modeling, actually what we want is the trends and to get ideas. And when with these ideas, the main purpose is to fix the problem that we have in the industry. And we were able to actually fix these problems. If not for this particular calculations, we wouldn't have been able to market that particular product worldwide. But it is possible to use other higher basis set.
Any other questions from the audience? Nice presentation. Let's thank our speaker again for connecting with us.
Right. So the abstract ID number 50 has been withdrawn. So we are advancing the following abstracts. The abstract ID 133, pyrolysis of biomass for biochar production and its applications in contaminant removal, a simple high school and undergraduate laboratory experiment. The corresponding author is myself. The co-authors are Pathumdi Watudura, Samadhi Nawalage, Chathuri Piris. The presenting author is Thimira Kavinda.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Timira. My topic is pyrolysis of biomass for biochar production and its application in contaminant removal. Simple high school undergraduate laboratory experiment. This is my content. Introduction, application of education systems or theories, intended learning outcomes, methodology, student evaluations, and conclusion. Let's see what is laboratory education. The undergraduate chemistry laboratory has been an essential component in chemistry education for over century. Laboratory education is used for the training of future teachers and educational experimentation, educational research, and professional developments. As a teaching assistant, I know labs are very uninteresting these days because there are no direct application from that experiment and no motivation for the students. But in the field, students are actively participate in the experiments and there are direct applications. They are motivated and better external validity and that generally better representativeness. In this experiment designing, we use three educational theories. First one is Bloom taxonomy and Solow taxonomy and Krebs cycle. Let's see what is Bloom taxonomy. Bloom taxonomy, initially the Bloom taxonomy was developed to focus the three major learning outcomes. Three major learning domains. First one is cognitive domain, second one is affective, and third one is psychomotor. For the chemistry lab, the most important domain is psychomotor domain. And first one is cognitive domain. It's containing 6 stages. Remember, understanding, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. Remember means recognizing and recalling facts. And understanding means the understanding what the facts mean, and apply is applying the facts, rules and concepts and ideas. Analyze is breaking down the information into basic parts, and evaluate is judging the value of information or ideas. Combining create is combining part to the make a new whole. For in this experiment designing, our intended learning outcomes are designed by using that that cognitive domain. Our extended learning outcomes are produce a carbonous adsorption from lignocellulose biomass through pyrolysis, explain the physiochemical transformation of organic biomass into biochar, and apply the adsorption capacity and equation and calculate the capacity and compare the adsorption capacities of the biochar produced from the different feedstock. In this experiment, we use psychomotor domain also. In this experiment, student can approach to the guided response level. Psychomotor domain containing several steps, but I am going to talk about only first 3 steps in this presentation, because in this experiment we are push students into the guided response level. The first one is perception. In this experiment, students take part in the discussion on pyrolysis and adsorption, and in the set student thought, concept and process of pyrolysis, and guided response, they produce biochar with the guidance of the teaching assistant. And next education theory is Solow taxonomy, and it's containing several steps. In a pre-structural step, student does not understand the significance of pyrolysis or adsorption, but in the unistructural step, student understand one of the organic, inorganic or physical concept behind this production. In the multi-structural step, student understand the organic, inorganic and physical concept behind this production, but separately. in the relational step, they can relate the learned knowledge, and finally, extended abstract step, he or she could develop a new production method or new experiment by using learned knowledge. Let's move into the next education theory, that is a crop cycle. We know in the lab we all face a concrete experience. In this experiment, we face a concrete experience, that is the interest and the performance of the student in the subject material has decreased in the normal classroom and laboratory experiments. Our reflective observation of the new experience is the students are so used normal classroom and laboratory arrangement. Our abstract conceptualization is in order to have an enthusiast involvement of student in a new learn incident. The students should be exposed to a new working environment. Active experimentation is involve the student in the new biochar making process. The student have been taken outdoors, backyard of a house, using a gas cooker and empty paint cans instead of a muffle furnace and laboratory graded pyrolysis containers. Again, concrete experiences, the student actively involved in preparing the biochar in the outdoor environment, and reflective observation of the new experiences, change in the experimental setup, enhance involvement of student. Next, generally we produce biochar in the using muffle furnace. We need specialized cast iron box and other equipments, but in this method we are going to prepare biochar in the field. We need a small tin, then you have to make a needle size hole, and then you have to pack the biomass. When you packing the biomass, you have to pack very tightly, because if there are any oxygen retained in the tin, it's converted to ash, and pyrolysis does not happen. And then you have to close the lid, then burn the lid. When you burn the lid, burn the tin, you have to rotate like this, because otherwise it's not going to evenly pyrolyze. Then lab experiment. After you obtain biochar, you have to wash it and dry. After that, you have to sieve it, and you can collect the biochar. And what we did is, after obtaining biochar, we washed it, and then dry, and then weigh 0.1 gram and use that biochar for the sorption studies. After that, we take our students' evaluation forms, and from these student evaluation forms, we make our conclusions. My conclusions is the concept of the pyrolysis has been successfully introduced to the student through the field experiment. The active involvement of student in the experimental procedure clearly reflected the success of the teaching methodology. The student have been exposed to a future pathways of the experiment instead of limiting the experimental knowledge to theoretical concept. The chemistry knowledge transferred through this procedure was found to be sufficient as compared to the routine laboratory sessions. I would like to thank my supervisor, Dr. Samira Ranmal Gunatilaka, and Ms. Chathuri Piris, Mr. Pathum Dilshan, and Ms. Samadhi Nawalage, and research group of Dr. Ranmal. And thank you.
Speaker will accept a couple of questions. the biomass that you produce in your packaging present, but have you checked the efficacy of the biomass compared to the biomass produced from
Yes,
and how is the efficacy?
yes, sir. We have absorbed calcium, magnesium, and acetic acid. It's give us the same results, the biochar which we produce in the muffle furnace.
And
Sorry, sir.
vision is similar.
Yes, sir.
Now, could this be used in one of the body plants in the textile industry to get organic fats? They want to actually remove them. There are various methods that they use. Have you ever tried this one?
Yes, sir. Currently, we are doing another project combined with Alumex to remove methylene blue. That's thank you, sir.
Again, we do have a speaker connecting us through Zoom. The abstract number 64, use of carbon dioxide for hydrogen storage and transportation, a contribution by bisphosphonite based palladium complexes. The presenting and corresponding author is A. Adhikari, and the co-authors are H. Guan and J. Krause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can see me and hear me. Okay.
Yeah, we can see you, but you have to share the screen. We can't share your screen.
Just give me a sec. Is it okay now?
Yeah, all good.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, before even starting my talk, I would like to thank the organizing committee under this pandemic situation, the way this conference has been arranged, and especially this webinar session for those who cannot present. And I very much appreciate and greatly thankful for this opportunity. I am Dr. Anubendhu Adhikari, and my topic will be use of CO2 for H2 transportation. The research, what I'm going to share now, it's partly from what I did for my PhD and my independent contribution after that. So when we talk about hydrogen transportation, this is not a very new field. It's a new field considering that carbon economy is going to substitute one day gradually by hydrogen economy. And the problem with hydrogen as a fuel or carrying a transportation is that it's gas at room temperature and of course flammable. So whenever we think about making one or transporting and storing technique of hydrogen, this is the kind of basic design we have to think in a way that there has to be some system. It could be some chemical transformation, could be physical, so that this gaseous H2 can easily be transported and at the station where you can get it back at your need. Of course, these transporting agents should be safe, liquid or solid, that will be preferable. Conditions to store should be very simple. And of course, considering industry, it has to be economic in order to apply. Liquid hydrogen storage materials, there are many liquid organic hydrogen storage materials, and there are several, of course. But especially instead of solid or high pressure H2, liquid is more preferred because right now transporting the fuel technique is oil. So liquid hydrogen storage material maybe can be used with this setup, current setup. As I started the talk saying that carbon dioxide as the material, as maybe last 10 years, lots of focus has been done whether formic acid can be that much useful in this purpose or not. And it's quite, there are some reasons. It is stable, it's safe and convenient for transportation, but I must say it's aqueous solution, safe and convenient, non-toxic. And of course, the other very important point, and it is possible because of extensive research, that is converting or producing formic acid from carbon dioxide. So if we look at this cycle, this CO2 with hydrogen forming formic acid, which is the transporting material, or you can say chemically storage of hydrogen, use of CO2. And at the station on demand, you will get back the CO2 and the hydrogen as a fuel. It could be as a direct combustion or fuel cell, whichever the purpose. But the challenges with it is both of these processes need catalyst. It just doesn't happen by itself. So of course, that means research is in how efficient, how economic this process can be made. And long been known a side reaction for formic acid decomposition, not only about dehydrogenation, but also dehydration, formation of carbon monoxide and water, which is of course harmful for fuel cells. There have been several research going on. This is not a super new, of course. So if we go back to the literature, there are several heterogeneous and homogeneous catalysts. For heterogeneous, many supports, many synthetic nanoparticle synthesis techniques, several used. But if we look at, if we review it, you'll find out the most studied and mostly efficient metal being used is palladium. Palladium is long known as a great catalyst, but in this field too. With palladium, mainly gold and bimetallic with silver, other metals, but mostly palladium. If we go back and review the homogeneous part, relatively more type of transition metals has been used, been applied. So what I went through is that what are the challenges and how much that's been taken care of. So this is the challenges, I should say, in addition to these great catalysts. Some are definitely great, some are very good. So use of sodium or potassium salt of formic acid. And without these, most of these catalysts even doesn't work, very slow. Use of base such as triethylamine, and some catalysts need Lewis acid, excess ligand. Solvent dependence. Solvent dependence, some processes are extremely efficient, but they work for only one solvent, one particular solvent, and that could be green, but expensive. Heterogeneous processes, they are all aqueous solutions. Without water, they super slow or sometimes don't work. So my initial study of the research was that whether we can get an idea about this decarboxylation process, that changing electronic nature, changing static nature, how this decarboxylation process could affect, how this hydrogen FA decomposition process could affect. This is a very simple on paper mechanism of formic acid decomposition using transition metal center or catalytic center. So metal format that's been proposed and in some cases experimentally evidence, this format is the entity which decarboxylation happens from which, and formation of metal hydride. And for the catalytic process, this metal hydride that reacts with formic acid and hydrogen production, going back to the metal format. Lewis base that is being used for this purpose. So as I said, this mechanism is simple on paper, for many homogeneous complexes, this is not as straightforward as this. For heterogeneous, it's even complicated. It's very hard to study mechanism over there. But those experimental evidences, what I can kind of in gist can see over here, Lewis base that helps in deprotonation. And that's why maybe many amine base or sodium formate, it's a kind of a must in many processes. Even Lewis acids that helps in decarboxylation through coordination of this formate oxygen, and solvents in stabilizing these intermediates and transition states. So the step we wanted to study is the decarboxylation of the formate, this part, because that's believed, proposed, and in some cases, some homogeneous cases has been experimentally evidenced as a ready-returning step. So in a line, sorry, before going to that, not only about formic acid decomposition, other reason why we are interested is that as a transfer hydrogenation, formic acid has long been known, and most of these available processes, they are used palladium. Reductive allylative cleavage of allylic acetates, very similar. So we thought this might be of some importance. So if you look at this box, so that basically tells our goal is to, initial goal was making metal formats focusing on palladium, because that is one of the most used metal in heterogeneous and in some cases homogeneous too. And changing their electronic properties by substituting on phosphorus, by substituting on the backbone, and through which changing the electronic nature of the metal. And then would like to see how that is affecting this process. That means formate to hydride decarboxylation process, believed to be the RDS. But the problem one first faced is that the reverse process, that means when you have metal hydride mostly, and when you have CO2 with it, the insertion of the CO2 to the formate from hydride, that is found to be the thermodynamically favorable. And we did not observe at room temperature and even higher temperature in solution, we did not observe any kind of hydride formation from formate. That means this process was we couldn't see. So the first question is, this insertion can be made reversible. That means from formate we can get hydride or not. So two steps, part of it actually already published. So I'm just presenting my work. The two steps, first thing is that using Le Chatelier principle as CO2 is one of the product for this decarboxylation. If we just evacuate that actually worked at high temperature. At 60 degrees centigrade, when we took this formate under evacuation, constant evacuation, and we observed hydride, not quantitative, I must say. However, if we would like to get the kinetic study or find out the rate or the activation energy, this will not be a convenient technique. So then we thought a similar technique that we want to take out one of the product, which is the metal hydride itself. So instead of CO2, if we use a CS2, carbon disulfide, we find out that it's an instant reaction instead of the insertion of the CS2. However, unlike the formate, which is going to the metal hydride under evacuation, this is not. That means it doesn't matter how high the temperature we tried, maybe 110. Still, it did not work. So we thought this could be a process to study the decarboxylation process. We have the metal formate and adding carbon disulfide, and we observed formation of formate formation and CO2. So basically, this reaction gives us an idea that this process is involved. That means you have the formate, which is in a reversible way. This part, of course, thermodynamically not favorable by itself, but because of the presence of CH2, which is even more reactive than CO2, this is driving the equilibrium towards right. And CO2 insertion, or the insertion, of course, it's a reversible process, and we are driving the thermodynamically unfavorable part. So decarboxylation can be made thermodynamically favorable. Now, once this setup was done, that means we can do it. Just we needed to find out that particular condition, concentration of carbon disulfide to get the pseudo first order kinetics. So we just make sure that the concentration of CH2 is high enough so that we get a pseudo first order kinetics with respect to metal formate. So under excess amount of CH2, the reaction should have first order kinetics. And it's worked. We studied nickel and palladium both. The palladium one is the recent one. So using Eyring equation, we did 4 different reaction temperatures, and using Eyring equation, we got the plot. Same thing we did with palladium isopropyl and tertiary butyl. Right now we have these 2 complexes. We are planning to get more complexes. And finally, with Eyring equation, we are able to find out the enthalpy of activation and the entropy of activation. Now, here I'm just, with addition to the palladium, I'm adding the nickel in order to explain a little bit detail. So here in these 4 complexes we studied, here is a change in the metal center with the same framework and change in the phosphorus substituents. So in the first 2, nickel, tertiary butyl isopropyl for palladium. And from the rate constant value, definitely we can say that decarboxylation is much faster in case of palladium than nickel. And if we look at the enthalpy of activation and entropy of activation, this also gives us idea about the transition state. So if we look at these 4 complexes, of course, it's quite obvious that the electronic nature on the metal center is changing with changing the substituents on phosphorus. How much steric is involved, that's also we wanted to see. That means no electronic effect. What if the only steric part is involved and how that affects the rate? I'll come back to this result. In addition to that, I'd like to show with this electronics how steric was involved. So we made these 2 complexes over here. That means the nickel is connected with the same substituents in both the cases. 1 tertiary butyl phenyl, same substituent on the phosphorus, and we expect both the nickel center should have the same electron density. However, steric wise, as these are square planar complexes, they are not same, because in this racemic complex, both the faces, both the axial faces, they are same, they are not different. And in the meso complex, one of the axial face, which has both the phenyl, that will be less steric, we'll expect, whereas having both the tertiary butyl in the axial space, that should be more crowded. So we'll expect, if the electronic nature is not involved, we'll expect the meso to react faster or to undergo decarboxylation faster, because this has 2 phenyls, whereas this has 1 tertiary butyl, 1 phenyl, and the crystal structure shows that this is more crowded. So when we did this decarboxylation with this to understand the steric nature, actually what we expected, it showed that. So this meso complex, which was mesoformate, that's converting to the metal hydride undergoing decarboxylation in a relatively faster way. So steric part is involved, and which was quite in line that when we saw this is the part, this is the transition state where we are expecting. So steric, of course, it's playing a role. And if we go back to the result, it is of, in addition to the electronics, of course, we can say palladium is larger in size. So it's possible that this kind of transition state where one of the axial face, the hydride is attacking, may work in a better way. So these kind of all result were in our expectation, and it was in a way we can explain it. Of course, this is not inconclusive, but at least we can show that some steric nature involved in this nickel tertiary butyl, that's bulky, that's why it's slower in rate. This is less bulky, that's why it's higher. But the most interesting result we find out instead of in case of this palladium isopropyl. All these complexes from the literature also, for a decarboxylation process, it's more crowded transition state, because the hydride, if we go back, the hydride that should interact with the metal center. And when the format is not dissociated, it means that it will be more crowded transition state, and we will expect a negative value for entropy. However, for this complex, it's it's entropically favorable, this is being. That is definitely interesting. If it is entropically favorable in the transition state, this supports the fact that metal oxygen bond dissociation is happening before the interaction with the hydride. It means it's an ionic character involved, maybe dissociation of the formate Pd2 plus and HCO2 minus, possible. Because this entropically favorable or positive value is kind of supporting the fact that this is less crowded transition state available. So addition of formate salt in many heterogeneous processes and homogeneous processes helps. It could be that the metal formate interaction is not that important. It could be that the formate salt hydride interacts. We are at this moment, definitely we need way more study with change in the electronic nature of the metal. Maybe that will give us more idea. So in conclusion of this slide, the study so far, we can tell that the change in electronics metal, they may affect the pathway. It's not one type of pathway that metal formate, metal hydride, it not necessarily that, it could be different. I included the crystal structure here just to show that there is nothing unusual in this complex, palladium isopropyl complex, so that may contribute to this observation. So with this partly decarboxylation study, we thought about if decarboxylation can be made favorable for these complexes, can these complexes act as a catalyst, be a catalyst? So if this thermodynamically unfavorable, but what if this process, that means metal hydride, which is getting formed, if this gives back to the metal format? So when we studied the reaction of metal hydrides, both nickel and palladium, all the students, and formic acid, instant reaction, formation of metal format. So this step is thermodynamically favorable, which is one part of the catalytic cycle, and this one, which is possible under the reaction condition. So when we studied the catalytic activity, we saw, yes, it can be a catalyst. For the nickel one, as we can see, for the nickel, it needs a high temperature. And when the system is closed system, that means the hydrogen and CO2 are not passing out, it's taking longer time. Whereas if we go back to the palladium one, just the time takes for NMR. Within that time, it shows turnover frequency 10 at room temperature and closed. So at this moment, this is promising that a homogeneous catalyst is good. Like in 5 minutes, if given 10 turnover frequency, 10 turnover number. And the positive thing is that it's without any additive, like no base, no sodium format, nothing. Definitely a lot more study, a screening need to be done with these palladium complexes. So I am up to this point. And once this palladium format shows some activity in formic acid decomposition, catalytic formic acid decomposition. So looking at the process, this is, I think, one of the simplest mechanism we can think of, only 2 steps, as there is no additive. So metal format, this step is thermodynamically not much favorable, as I mentioned earlier, deinsertion, and this step, which is thermodynamically favorable. So we believe that this is one of the simplest mechanism we can talk right now for that palladium complex, and its format can be detected as the only metal complex. So throughout the reaction, when you study through NMR, there is no hydride is seen in this reaction through NMR spectroscopy, which is quite expected, because once hydride is formed, presence of formic acid, it will go to the format, as this is thermodynamically more stable than hydride. So decarboxylation is believed to be the rate determining step. So in conclusion, yes, one palladium complex showed some catalytic activity, but being honest, it's palladium. We can stay over here. We have to go to the first row transition metals, expensive techniques. Once we have this, we thought about this catalyst low down the activation energy of the F8 decomposition process. What about the other way around? activation of CO2. That means this first step. Can CO2 be converted to formic acid using the same catalyst? So CO2 plus hydrogen, and also that will be an useful process, needed process too. So when we have this metal hydride CO2, as mentioned earlier, instant insertion of CO2 into it and formation of metal formate. The activation of CO2 was successful, insertion is fast, and these reactions are too fast to compare the rate between nickel and palladium. This is an interesting observation. When we took this formate complex and we add hydrogen in a closed NMR tube, we find out that there is formation of formic acid. This is relatively unusual, what we did not expect, because the other process, hydride and formic acid, they go to the formate and H2. But if we do it in a closed NMR tube, we find out there is formation of H0H, and this is without any base. No base was used. This gives us an hope that this can be a useful catalyst to convert CO2 to hydrogenate CO2 to formic acid, because we did not study the process yet with a base, because CO2 hydrogenation to formic acid, that's thermodynamically unfavorable. To make it favorable, there is a need a base. Maybe in presence of base, this process will be excellent. We didn't study that yet. So formation of formate is thermodynamically favorable. However, the hydrogenation may be achieved under a suitable condition. As I said, this is under process. My independent research is going through this way. So instead of hydrogen, we studied a couple of boranes. Being very honest, industrially, they are not very much applicable. Maybe in the lab base or mechanistic base, it could be, but industrially, boranes cannot replace hydrogen. We studied how palladium formate complexes, they react with boranes instead of hydrogen. With pinnacle borane, it shows good catalytic activity towards formate derivative. And the same palladium complex we have used, instead of tertiary butyl and isopropyl, we have studied the cyclopentyl 2, and we find out probably the best activity with cyclopentyl 1. We studied another borane, which is catechol borane, CO2 and catechol borane, but instead of formic acid derivative or boron formate, it ended up with methoxyborane. And that's also we studied with different palladium complexes, and here is the table. So in a summary, CO2 hydrogenation to formic acid and formic acid decomposition back to CO2, or in other way, CO2 use of CO2 for hydrogen transportation, it been studied with single complex, which is single type of complex, which is bisphosphonate based palladium complex. And in both cases, we are a little bit of successful, but until and unless they do have higher turnover frequency, we cannot say this is a good catalyst. So the progress so far, the palladium catalyzed Fa decomposition without any additive at room temperature has been developed. A kinetic study of decarboxylation has been done. More study need to be done in order to get better idea. However, the study initial result shows that not necessarily a metal has to have a covalent bond with the formate. It could be some ionic nature, or maybe it doesn't need that much interaction. And the CO2 reduction, the hydrogenolysis, stoichiometric, not catalytic, is being done. However, catalytic CO2 hydroporation can be done using two different boranes. I would like to thank, of course, as I said, this study started during my PhD. So I would like to thank Dr. Harron Guan, my advisor. Some of the nickel part is being worked by Dr. Ji Zhang and Dr. Sumit Chakraborty. And the crystal structure I showed, that's because of Dr. Janet. She's the crystallographer. Then I started my independent career at United States at College of St. Benedict, St. John's, and I moved to VIT Happy, where right now my independent study going on. Thank you all, and I'd like to take any question or if you want to suggest anything.
Thank you, Dr. I think the speaker will take a couple of questions. Right, so we you compare the catalytic activity, you have done some catalysis reactions in a closed system, and some of those reactions were in open system. So, is there any specific reason for that, or is that something related to the stability of this catalyst? You are muted, Dr. Adhikari. You are muted. I can't hear you. Right.
Hello. Yes, I'm.
Now we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I'm extremely sorry to say that because of the echo, I can't hear the question properly. So can anybody please, if it is possible, yes.
Yeah, the question was now when you were comparing the catalytic activity of those catalysts you have prepared, some of these reactions were done in a closed system, and some of these reactions were done in an open system. So is that something to do with the stability of your catalysts, or is there any other specific reason for that?
Okay, thank you for the question, and thank you for helping me to understand the question. But no, there was no particular reason regarding considering the catalyst stability. These catalysts are stable at high temperature. No question on that one. The only reason we did closed and open system because these are gas forming reactions. So H2 and CO2 are forming. So in closed system, the pressure of these products will build up. How much that's affecting the rate of the reaction. Whereas in the open system, they're just going out. So it's kind of La Chatelier principle. It is going out, whether how that affects the reaction we wanted to see. And in fact, we have seen this open NMR tube, these are all in NMR tube reactions. Open NMR tube reactions, they are finishing, they are reaching the equilibrium, going to the end in a shorter period of time. Whereas for the closed chain, it will take longer time. That was the sole reason.
Right, then you were talking about the enthalpies and entrophies of these reactions, and we saw that one of your products are entrophically feasible, and so when as a scientist, when you approach these reactions, which is the most significant factor for you? Is it the entrophically driven reaction, or are you looking for an enthalpically driven reaction specifically?
Okay, thanks for the questions. This is a great question. At this point, let me make it clear. These processes are thermodynamically favorable. What I saw in this kinetic study, that is enthalpy of activation, entropy of activation. That means the difference between the starting point and the transition state. So the point for that particular palladium complex, which I talked about, that the transition state is being thermodynamically favorable. Entropically favorable. That means from the initial complex, the transition state, although it has a high energy, of course, activation energy is high, but still it's entropically preferable because the term is positive, the difference is positive. That was a bit surprising to us because these decarboxylation processes, they are crowded state. That means in the transition state, the metal is bound to the oxygen of the format, as well as it has some interaction with the hydrate of the format. So we expect that it will be sterically more crowded. So that means delta S is negative. But in this case, it's being positive. That's why we are a bit surprised. Maybe this oxygen is getting dissociated. Maybe it is being palladium 2+ and format, then this format hydrogen may be interacting.
Right. If there are no more questions, let's thank our speaker again, Dr. Adhikari. Thank you for joining us remotely.
Thanks to all of you. Thank you so much.
Our next speech is the abstract ID 82, optimization of acid hydrolysis of microfabricated cellulose from microcrystalline cellulose by using response surface methodology. The corresponding author is D.A.S. Amarasinghe. The co-author is A.M.P.B. Samarasekara, and the presenting author is J.M.R. Jayasinghe.
Thank you, and welcome to my presentation on optimization of acid hydrolysis of microfibrillated cellulose from microcrystalline cellulose by using response surface methodology. So I'm Ravi Srini Jayasinghe, and we are from Department of Material Science and Engineering, University of Moratuwa. And this is my presentation outline. First, I will give you a very brief introduction about the background of this study. Then I will move to the literature review, objective of my work, methodology, and I will spend some time with research and discussion since it is the biggest part of the study. Then I will move to the conclusion and references. So let's move to the introduction part. Cellulose is considered as the most abundant natural polymer in the world. So the native cellulose can be divided into 4 major groups called nanocrystalline cellulose, nanofibrillated cellulose, microfibrillated cellulose, and bacteria cellulose. So these kinds of micro and nanostructured cellulose shows dominant physical properties, including high specific strength, high surface area, high aspect ratio, as well as biological properties such as biodegradability, low toxicity, renewability, and low carbon dioxide emission into the atmosphere during their production life cycle. So due to these advantages, researchers have mentioned these micro and nanoscale cellulose in various potential applications, such as biocomposites, medicine, cosmetic and pharmaceutical applications, tissue engineering, paintings and coatings, as well as high technological applications such as aviation and automobile. So nano and microstructured cellulose are produced by destructively reduce the amorphous part of the cellulose. So the major challenge of extracting MFC is their low yield in acid hydrolysis, although acid hydrolysis process is named as the most cost-effective method. So it is important to optimize their parameters of acid hydrolysis process in order to their yield and the quality of the microfibrillated cellulose when it is come to the industrial application. So I have used response surface methodology to design the experiment as well as analyze statistical results to determine the significance of the parameter effect on acid hydrolysis process. So let's move to the literature review part. Cellulose is the polysaccharide polymer that bonded glucose unit by glucosidic bonds. So each monomer contains 3 free hydroxyl groups that can contribute to form intra and intermolecular hydrogen bonds. So these hydrogen bonds determine the physical properties of the cellulose, as well as combining with the van der Waals forces and hydrogen bonds form the crystal structure of cellulose. So cellulose again can be divided into 4 types according to their crystal structure called cellulose 1, 2, 3, and 5. Here cellulose 1 considered as the native cellulose and carrying significant amount of crystal cellulose. And this crystalline cellulose again can be classified into 2 groups called cellulose I alpha and I beta. So the importance of this microfibrillated cellulose is they have the ability of reinforcing materials such as plastic, polyurethane, polyethylene, polypropylene like plastic. So the other important thing is when it is introduced into the plastic matrix, they enhance the overall physical properties of the composite, as well as at the end of the life cycle, it gave the ability of biodegradability into the plastic. So let's move to the objective of my work. So my primary objective is extraction of microfibrillated cellulose and optimize the acid hydrolysis parameters toward response of yield and width of the microfibrillated cellulose. And then discuss the properties of extracted MFC by examining their morphological properties, chemical functionality, degree of crystallinity, and thermogravimetry, thermal degradation behavior. And this is my methodology part. Actually, this contains 2 steps. First, preparing of MCC by cotton linters. And then this is the design of my experiment. So here to design the experiment, I use surface response methodology and Box-Behenken experimental model. And the parameters optimizing was acid concentration of the acid, hydrolysis time, and acid hydrolysis temperature. So here I have used 3 responses and 3 levels. So these levels are carefully determined by a study in the literature reviews in previous studies, and all the statistical and experimental design was obtained by Minitab 18 software. And this is my experimental design. Actually, experimental design gives the 15 experimental runs, and each runs result in MFC's yield and width of the microfibrillated cellulose was then subjected to ANOVA statistical test. And this is the second part of my experiment, converting MCC into the MFC. And in this, hydrolysis parameter was optimized. And then let's move to the results and discussion part. So this is the 15 experimental trials results, mean width of the microfibrillated cellulose, as well as the yield by weight. So finally, these 15 samples results were subjected to ANOVA statistical test to determine the significance of the main parameter effect on hydrolysis process. So this is the counteracting model equation that's used by the 2 responses, width and the yield of the MFC. So here for the yield and mean width of the MFC, acid concentration is highly affected, and then time as well as the temperature. For the yield, concentration and temperature shows the great effect, as well as mean width of the cellulose, concentration and time was highly affected. So this is the counterplot and 3-dimensional surface plot of width of MFC. Here you can see that when increasing the temperature and the concentration, the width of the cellulose was greatly reduced. So this is the counterplot and surface plot for the width of the MFC, effect of temperature and concentration. Here also, when increasing the temperature, this is the counterplot and surface plot of effect of yield in microfibrillated cellulose. So yield also highly reduced by increasing temperature, time, as well as acid concentration. And this is the total experimental result, and the optimized value of concentration was recorded as 56, and hydrolysis time was 68, and the temperature was 70 degrees of Celsius to obtain the mean width of 570 nanometer width and 36% yield. So here we have found out that there's 4 best samples, and we have done further analysis by best 4 samples. So this is the FTIR characterization of best 4 microfibrillated cellulose samples. Here you can see that almost all the 4 samples show the similar pattern and characteristic peaks for cellulose. So it can concluded that the structure of cellulose was not damaged during the acid hydrolysis process. And this is the SCM observations. And this is XRD analysis of MFC, and the significant degree of crystallinity was observed at sample numbers 8, and it was 56%. And this is the thermal degradation behavior. All 4 samples shows the characteristic cellulose degradation behavior at the temperature 300 to 315, and it is continued up to 400 degrees of Celsius. And this is my conclusion. Microfibrillated cellulose can be successfully isolated by cotton by chemical purification, acid hydrolysis combining with ultrasonification. The efficiency of the hydrolysis process can be enhanced by optimizing the hydrolysis parameters, including concentration, reaction temperature, and time. The optimized condition was 56% concentration, 68 minutes, and reaction temperature was 70 degrees of Celsius. And these are the best regression model for the width and yield of the microfibrillated cellulose extraction. And these are my references. Thank you.
The speaker will receive a couple of questions. So the first question I have is simply about the best 4 samples.
Yes.
And, so how did that look like? How many samples you produced?
Yeah, actually there's 15 samples with different concentration, time, and reaction mixture temperature based on. So there's we get 4 best samples by least diameter value of the nanofibrillated cellulose, because when reinforcing the composite, the aspect ratio is very important. So I take the best 4 samples as least width samples.
So what was the standard deviation of those widths when you consider all the 15?
Actually, there's I take only the samples that is least 1 micrometer. So others I neglect.
Right. So out of the 15 samples, only 4 samples.
Yeah, only 4 samples in that range.
Do you have any ideas how to improve that to maybe 10, maybe 12?
Yeah, actually, the acid hydrolysis is combination with ultrasonification process. So ultrasonification can then modify with the output voltage as well as the time.
And have you ever tried incorporating microwave assisted synthesis of this?
No, actually, not tried yet.
Right, let's thanks, thank our speaker again.
Next up, we have the abstract ID 92, the application of gamma radiation induced graft copolymerization of paper conversion in Sri Lanka. The authors are KRC De Silva, AK Ratnayaka, S.Y. Ratnayaka, A.H.A.A.N. Alvis, M. Katugampala, A.H.M.H. Aberatna, S.D.M. Chintaka. The presenting author and the corresponding author is C.D.R. Pathiran.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. I am Charit Pathirana from Sri Lanka Atomic Energy Board, and I am going to present our research on application of gamma radiation induced graft copolymerization for paper conservation in Sri Lanka. So this is my outline of the presentation. First, I'm going to introduce the paper chemistry and the objectives, and then the methodology. Along with the methodology, I'm going to present the basic experimental design and the background of it, and then the results and discussion, conclusion and references. So introduction, the chemistry of the paper. Mainly the paper, raw materials of the paper are vegetative origin. So it constitutes, main constitutes are cellulose and lignin. And there's a presence of hemicellulose, but it's not a very structural compound. So the chemical composition of paper is dependent on the origin of the source and the chemical processing, chemical treatment. So in case of the cellulose content in source is very according to this, normally the wood contain around 45% of cellulose, and in the chemical treatment is mainly done to remove the lignin. In that process, mainly after the process, the cellulose proportion increases around to 70 to 80%. So this is cellulose is primarily the structural component of the paper, and it's semi-crystalline microfiber, linear polysaccharide, beta 1,4-D link glucopyranose, and the degree of polymerization is around 10,000 to 15,000 monomer units. So mainly over the time, the deterioration of paper material occurs mainly due to acid catalyzed hydrolysis. This is due to environmental pollutants, as well as the alum using for hydrolysis by alum used in the sizing process, and also degradation of lignin, especially due by photochemical processes, can give color stains, colored compounds. So, and other main is microbial attacks and insect attacks. All of these processes make the paper unstable and fragile. So some of the all paper material or books contain very important execute content, and they have a cultural value. So there are many processes applied for conserve these papers, especially deacidification. And in recent years, the radiation-induced graft copolymerization process have gained attention due to its ability to simultaneous disinfection, as well as the ability to restore its structural damage. So the technique is mainly designed by the British Library in late 1980s, and they uses mainly acrylic monomers as well as acrylic monomers as the reagents, and gamma radiation for the initiation process. And according to a recent, the process was developed up to a pilot scale, but in a recent publication by International Atomic Energy Agency says there are no current processes for restoration of paper strength using radiation technology. So this is our study was designed to study the effect of this technique for restoration of the structural damage of the paper, as well as to prevent the further disintegration into the pieces. And as well as we used the chemical alkyd resin. The study was designed to test its effectiveness to reinforcement of the naturally edged paper. So in methodology, the first experimental part is the choice of a monomer or resin. Mainly when you are going for a radiation curing process, it's a free radical process, polymerization process. So the presence of carbon-carbon double bonds or unsaturation is important. Mainly, although we don't have a process for paper conservation, there are established for wooden artifacts and other such things. So one of the main chemicals used, main reagent monomers used for that is methyl methacrylate. It's the most commonly used acrylic monomer, and its advantages due to its high penetration power, driven by its low viscosity. But it's also disadvantageous due to the inhibition by oxygen, which may cause sticky surface or and the uncured areas. In our case, we used methyl methacrylate in one experiment, and other main chemical formulation used in this is unsaturated polyester containing styrene monomer and unsaturated polyester prepolymer. This has a higher viscosity, but it has the ability to form a 3D network within the structure. But in recent years, the styrene is expected to phase out from the reaction due to being a potentially carcinogenic to human. In our study, we use a commercial, readily available commercial alkyd resin. Normally, the alkyd resins are oil modified polyesters, and they have a long fatty acid, unsaturated fatty acids chain, and as well as aromatic units. So main expectation is to induce to form cross-linking and to induce hydrophobic properties to the our experiment. So these are the monomers: methyl methacrylate, styrene, and a typical alkyd resin. You can see the unsaturated fatty acid and phthalic anhydride part. So for the initiation process, we use the technique of polymerization by gamma radiation, and gamma radiation is a free radical process mechanism, and it can occur at room temperature, and it has the penetration ability. So the gamma it's inhomogeneous. It's homogeneous and complete curing. And because there are no chemical additives, it's a chemical additive free process. And the polymerization reaction rate is proportional to the dose rate, radiation dose rate. And normally for the established processes for wood conservation, the dose rate, maximum dose rate used is 1 to 2 kilogram per hour, because to avoid the heat buildup. In our case, it's we don't have a choice for that. Actually, our case it's around 0.33 kilogram per hour. So this is the irradiation facility, multipurpose irradiation facility in Sri Lanka, the Sri Lanka Gamma Center, used for the our experiment. This is actually a panoramic wet storage type irradiator used for multi-purpose, and in our case we use the sample conveyor belt of the Sri Lanka Gamma Center, and the source is cobalt 60. And the choice of radiation dose, according to the literature, for the complete polymerization process, the required radiation dose is around 20 to 30 kilogram. And but we are using paper. In the cellular structure, the radiation also can induce negative effects. So, and based on another literature project, there are no significant negative effects till 15 kilogram. And in another research, the practically the 5 to 7 kilogray was used to reduce the bioburden as well as without any negative effects. In our experiment, we use 15 because we are using polymer, so we need polymerization as well as reduce the bioburden, and we don't need any negative effects. So we did some preliminary studies to the choice of application, and we use spray method and immersion method. And based on this, we select immersion method for further study. So for the characterization of alkyd resin, we tested our alkyd resin in compliance to the industrial standards of the paint industry. We measured viscosity, hardness, gloss, and the drying time. So in methodology, we formed two chemical formulations containing alkyd resin in methyl methacrylate and alkyd resin in styrene. And we applied on a naturally aged paper and characterized it by SCM. And the polymer deposition yield is measured by gravimetric weight increase. And the tensile properties we measured tensile strength and the tearing resistance according to the ISO methods. So these are my analysis of alkyd results. So this drying time, viscosity, and these are corresponding to medium oil alkyd. So the polymer deposition is progressively increased with the increasing alkyd resin concentration, but after 20%, there's an alteration of the appearance of the paper is observed. That means like it's become translucent or semi-permeable to light. And hence, for the further studies, we use 20% concentration of alkyd resins. And in the SCM, the upper one are the normal control, and the treated one with MMA, alkyd resin in MMA is in the right. You can see the color change. There's a white stains there, and in the middle image comparison, there are like spike-like interlinkages, and in the cross-sectional, it's more encapsulated or organized structure is forming. So it's the evidence of this structure formation or the copolymerization. So for the purpose of physical property testing, we used tensile strength and tearing resistance. In case of tensile strength, we have observed a significant increase in it's 50% for longitudinal, and in the tearing resistance case, we haven't the change is not significant. And there was we are working on folding endurance, and they are repeating this again and again but there's a practical difficulty because these are ISO standards defined for paperboard and normal A4 paper and paperboard compression. So we need a lot of samples to be prepared, and based on a book, it may have like 100 pages. So to do all tests and to make the compression similar should be. So there are some with some practical difficulties also, but this is our current conclusion. So our conclusion is this technique, radiation-induced Kraft copolymerization gas, has the potential. There's a depending on the morphological changes and SCM images, there's a potential of using this technique for paper conservation in Sri Lanka. And these are my references. And I would like to acknowledge International Atomic Energy Agency and our research team from Sri Lanka Atomic Energy Board, University of Sri Jayewardenepura and University of Kelaniya. And thank you very much.
Speaker will answer a few questions if you have. So you mentioned that maybe we read it, there can be some negative effects if you exceed 15 kilometers or whatever.
Normally, sir, there are when polymers are irradiated, there are two types of polymers. One type can be cross-linked and it increase, but the most natural polymers, including cellulose, will be degraded at a certain. There's a free radical formation, so it will tends to degrade.
And in your images,
yeah.
Shown in the shown images,
Yeah.
what is the magnification?
Magnification, it's like I think the surface one is there's a separate not all of them are not same. Yeah, I will give this.
There are no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The last paper for the session is the abstract ID 76, extraction of cellulose fibers from Sri Lankan rice straw varieties. The corresponding author is AMPB Samarasekara. The co-authors are DAS Amarasinghe and L. Karunanayaka. The presenting author is A. Ratnakumar.
A very good afternoon to you all. Today I'm going to present to you the extraction of cellulose fibers from the Sri Lankan rice straw varieties. I'm Abhirami Ratnakumar from the Department of Material Science and Engineering, University of Moratuwa. Agriculture sector in Sri Lanka plays a vital role to the Sri Lankan economy. Around 1/3 of the rural population depending on it, and apart from that, it also contributes around 7% to the national GDP. The primary form of agriculture is rice production. As you can see here, it's cultivated across the country in 2 seasons, Yala and Maha. In 2018, it was observed around 2.4 million metric tons of rice was produced, and in 2018, it was 3.9 million metric tons. So it's apart from that, it's also projected that the demand for rice will increase by 1.1% per year, and to meet this demand, rice production should grow in at a rate of 2.9% per year. If we assume the grain to straw ratio as 1 to 1.1, which may vary up to 1.4 depending on the variety and climatic conditions, it's obvious that a significant amount of rice straw is generated across the country. However, this rice straw is a lignocellulosic biomass, and the plant cell of the lignocellulosic biomass which consists of cellulose fibers which are embedded in a polymer matrix, that is the lignin and hemicellulose. Apart from that, it is the reinforcing it is the one which gives the reinforcement to the plant and apart from all this, there is also a layer of wax which acts as a protective layer on the plant surface. So a sophisticated mechanism is required to extract the cellulose fibers out of this rice straw. That brings our objective of this study. So we extracted the cellulose fibers from a chemical method using the selected 4 varieties and determine their structural, thermal, and morphological properties. Initially, the rice straw varieties BG352 was collected after the 2018 Yala seasonal harvest from the Rice Research and Development Institute, Bathulagoda. Then the traditional variety Murunkan, Pachaperumal, and Motakaruppan
were collected after the 2018-19 Maha-seasonal harvest from the Provincial Agricultural Department, Jaffna. The collected rice straw were initially cut into 3 to 4 centimeter length pieces. They were thoroughly washed with tap water, air dried and oven dried, and then milled to pass through 250 micrometer mesh aperture size screen. To validate the complete and smooth removal of the non-cellulosic components out of this rice straw powder was subjected to a series of chemical treatments. Initially, the waxy substance was removed using toluene ethanol mixture in a Soxhlet apparatus. We obtained the dewaxed rice straw, and from this dewaxed rice straw, lignin was removed. And here, at this level, the process parameters are really important, the precise process parameters, because we have to degrade the lignin at optimum level without degrading the cellulose fibers. And from after that, as alkaline leaching was used to remove the hemicellulose and silica, and during this process, even other inorganic residues were also leached out. Now you can observe the pale brown color the pale brown color rice straw faded throughout the process, and finally we obtained white color product. So the white color product, which is the characteristic color of cellulose fibers. Out of these 4 varieties, around 25% of cellulose were extracted from BG352, then from Murunkan and Pachaperumal around 33%, and the highest yield was marked with the Mottakarpan variety around 38%. The progressive removal of this non-cellulosic components from the white product that we obtained were confirmed to be cellulose from the FTIR analysis. Initially, the removal of 1516 PEG confirmed that is the aromatic carbonyl stretching, which confirmed the removal of lignin, and then the carbonyl stretching at 1729 confirmed the removal of hemicellulose, and finally the peak around 796 confirmed the removal of silica. Let's have a look at these are the 4 FTIR spectrum of 4 cellulose fibers. The broad peak around 3400 corresponds to the OH stretching vibrations, and this shows the hydrophilic nature of the cellulose fibers. And you can observe comparatively BG352 and Mottakarpan variety were the intensity of the peak were higher than the other 2 varieties. The thermal properties are important to identify to determine the applications of the cellulose fibers. During the extraction process, three-step degradation process was observed. Initially, a weight loss was observed around 100 degrees, which is due to the low hygroscopic moisture and low volatile molecules. And then the hemicellulose is degraded between 210 to 400 degrees. Once these thermally unstable hemicelluloses were degraded, you can see a resistant peak in cellulose. And finally, the lignin pyrolysis is a slow pyrolysis one, which started from 200 and went until 700. This is the thermal degradation pattern of the 4 cellulose fibers. All 4 fibers showed the similar degradation behavior, but the degradation temperature varied between 351 to 355. Let's have a look at the SEM images during the extraction process. The wide view and the detailed view are presented here. This is the BG352 variety during the extraction process. This is the rice straw and the detailed view. Once the waxy substances were removed, this is the dewaxed powder. You can see the dense lignin and hemicellulose over there. And once this lignin was removed, the phytoliths were revealed. And finally, once this hemicellulose silica were removed, the bunch of smooth surface cellulose fibers were obtained. And we were fortunate to observe the cross-sectional area during the extraction process as well. The cross-sectional view of Murunkan variety, this is the rice straw, the dewaxed rice straw, the delignified ones, and finally the cellulose fibers. So from the Sri Lankan rice straw varieties, BG352, Murunkan, Pachaperumal, and Mottakarpan, the through the chemical treatment process, cellulose fibers were extracted, and around 25 to 38% of cellulose fibers were extracted out of these 4 varieties. FTIR and SEM analysis confirmed the smooth and progressive removal of non-cellulosic components out of this rice straw, and finally confirmed the product to be cellulose. The thermal analysis was from the thermal analysis, the degradation behavior of the cellulose was enhanced in comparison to the rice straw. However, all 4 varieties showed the similar behavior. So moving towards the greener technology and embracing the bioeconomy, we can say that Sri Lankan rice straw will be an ideal source of cellulose. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. The forum is open for questions.
Yeah, actually we are in the process of calculating, sir. At the moment, I'm unable to give you the exact one, but we are in the process of calculating the cost calculation as well. It was using toluene ethanol in the substrate apparatus, using the, yeah.
Any more questions? So let's thank our speaker again.
Thank you.
Now we are coming towards the end of the session. So I would like to distribute the certificates to our presenters. SMS Nishadya. Timira Kavind. JMR Jaisingh. CDR Patirana. And Abhirami Ratnakumar. So you know that we did not shake hands because of the COVID guidelines. So now we are coming to the last part of the session, the raffle draw. So we have different gift packs. So the first draw will be the bigger gift, and others will be the smaller gift, whatever. A Ratnakumar. Yeah, CDR Patirana. SMS Nishadya. Right. Thank you once again.
Before we start the next session, I will read out the instructions for presenters. Instructions are only allowed to sit on the allocated stations. Masks are mandatory to wear all the times. Presenters allowed to remove their mask when presenting. If you are removing your mask, we advise you to remove it completely. After each presentation, the surfaces, including podium, microphone, and the pointer, will be disinfected. Each talk is designed for 15 minutes. Therefore, each presenter is allowed 12 to 13 minutes for their presentation, where 2-3 minutes for questions and answers at the end of the presentation. In the presentation, maximum time allocation is 13 minutes. The first bell will ring once 10 minutes. The second bell will ring twice at 13 minutes. Our first speaker is G. Parthiban. The title of the presentation is Interaction of Hydroxamic Acids Derivatives in Clinical Trial 1 with HDLP enzyme and in silico approach. The other authors are R. Dushanan, S. Veerasinghe, D.P. Disanayake, and R. Senthili.
I am Parthiban from Eastern University, Sri Lanka. My topic is interaction of hydroxamic acid derivatives in clinical trial 1 with HDLP enzyme. This is purely computational approach, that is the in silico approach. So the research is comprised under following: introduction, objectives, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion, and references. So let us move to the introduction. So what is histone? Histone is a major component in human body. So actually histones are the family of basic proteins that are associated with the DNA in the nucleus. The DNA exists in a chromatin form. Actually, this is the beads on a string form, referred to as nucleosome also. So beads consist of histones, as well as the string is the DNA, double-stranded DNA is the string. So here the DNA is wrapped around the histones. When you look at the nucleus, it is not stand in a straight form DNA. Now we come to the histone can be modified by the acetylation and the deacetylation process. When you look at the reactions, the histone acetylation is catalyzed by the histone acetyl transferase enzyme, and it is associated with the gene transcription. And the same way, the histone, the reverse reaction of deacetylation, induced or catalyzed by the histone deacetylase enzyme. It is associated with the gene silencing. So basically, the gene transcription is a particular segment of DNA is copied to mRNA. The rest of the translation process is getting the protein. As well as in the case of the gene transcription, the expression of genes will be increased. So then next, this gene silencing is actually it's prevent the translational part as well as it prevents the expression of the particular gene. So that's why we call it as the gene silencing. So genes, sometimes we refer to as gene knockout. So next, the histone deacetylation is cause epigenetic modification in histones, which also leads to the cancer development. The numerous histone deacetylase like proteins inhibitors are now in clinical trials. We are taking among those two compounds. We are taking as a hydrozamic derivatives. I'm taking to this study that is showing the figure. Before that, the objective of this is develop the in silico methods to investigate the detection of reliable binding sites based on three-dimensional structures of HGLP enzyme in terms of distance constraints. The methodology part, basically the protein-like big biomass molecule structure is obtained from the X-ray crystal structure is obtained from the protein data bank. It's not that much of easy to determine the structure. It's already exists in the protein data bank. We have selected it according to the ID as well as. And the geometry of the, then what we have to do is to optimize the geometry of the respective structure that we are used in this study. For that, we use the Gaussian 9 software to optimize the structure. For that, we take the basis set as the Hartree-Fox 631G11. So all optimized structures of these studies are referred to show in this figure. The first one is the SAHA. Actually, the SAHA complex is nowadays using in cancer treatment in chemotherapy. The rest of the two compounds that I have taken this is actually under clinical trial 1 compounds that we are taking to test the feasibility of cancer feasibility of this drug as using in cancer treatment. So the methodology part, the first we optimize the structure. Next one is we dock the both compounds, the target ligand and the receptor. We dock by using auto docking software with VNR. Next, we have to find out the force field parameter by using PRODOC server, as well as we are using here the GROMEX 53AB force field to run the molecular dynamics program. The enzyme drug complex was inserted into the center of the respective volume and is filled with the water molecule to solve the complex. At the same time, the Na plus ions were added to maintain the electrical neutrality of the system. Here, the molecular dynamics simulations were performed for 100 nanoseconds on all enzyme drug system and will wild type enzyme. Wild type enzyme is drug enzyme without drug molecule. So for that, the system and the wild type enzyme with 0.002 picosecond time step using GROMEX MD simulation packet. Then the trajectories of the outcomes was saved as every 10 picosecond for further analysis. So next one is to find out the appropriate binding cavities of the histone. We use catalytic cavity plus server is used to detect the potential of appropriate binding site on the surface of histones. So under the results and discussion part, here what we have to do is to first view the final structure of the drug molecule using Avogadro software, then pick the distance. Pick the distance of metal zinc and the atoms on the histones. So once you look at the values, so values distance will be decreased except one. Other values are decreased when the drug molecule enter to the cavity, the appropriate cavity. So that means it forms a stable complex because of the residues become closer to zinc. So that forms a stable structure. So then the distance may be different. Drug molecules vary with the different inhibitor drugs. The distance may be varied. So table 1 suggests when the ligand entered the cavity, the residues become closer to metal and form a very stable complex. So the number of cavities and relevant residues will be determined by the cavity plus server. So when you run the cavity plus server, for a wild type compound drug molecule, the wild type enzyme, there are 8 cavities were determined. That is shown in the figure 2. When you look at the table, there are 2 things you have to consider to find out the appropriate binding site on histone. The first one is the drug score and the sorry, I couldn't see that clearly. So the thing is, the laptop clearly. Okay. It's drug score value and the average binding affinity values are depends on to find out the exact drug score value reflects the possibility of the cavity being a good target for binding drug. As well as from the average binding affinity also associated with the pocket, that should be greater than 6 is the appropriate binding site. It should be greater than 6. And the drug score also should be high for the good binding or pocket histone. Cavity with high drug score is the most druggable cavity region. Drugs mostly favor to bind with cavity region. The number of cavities present in the histone reaction is decreased after the interaction of the inhibitor and leads to the complex structure of histone reaction. So when you look at the results, the SAHA and heteroaryl hydroxylate complex have high drug score values and also visible binding affinity values. Therefore, compared to other compounds, the SAHA and heteroaryl hydroxylate compounds forming a form strong bond-fitted cavities and generate a stable complex of HPAC compared to other compound phenyl hydroxide. This is actually the interaction of drug with specific cavity the following is not necessary. The residues are involved in respective cavity. This is my conclusion based on cavity interaction function. The new integrated female hydrogen and heteroaryl hydrogen are showing the similar effect on the enzyme as the reference factor. That it is possible that the chemical trial on drug female hydrogen and heteroaryl hydrogen can be used as an alternative to the reference factor.
Now the presentation is open to questions.
Yeah. No. It is not done by others. I already checked and do this research. 8 cavities. Wild type, for enzyme without drug molecule. It's after the simulation, the wild type 9 cavities are there. One is increased by 1. The wild type only. Other drugs are decreased. Cavity. That's why it's form a more stable complex. Once the cavity is decreased, that means it forms a stable complex. Yeah, literature. I checked the literature. Well, yeah. Yeah, I didn't mention it.
Any other questions? Any other questions? Thank you, speaker.
Thank you.
The second speaker is P. Paligaspe. The title of the presentation is A Computational Study on the Impact of Arsenic-3 Ion on the Secondary Structure of Human PKM2 Enzyme. The other authors are S. Veerasinghe, D.P. Disanayake, and S. Rajendran.
Good evening, all of you. Metals like mercury, lead, arsenic, these can be found naturally in the earth. But just because they are natural chemical elements doesn't mean that they are harmless. These metals, when exposed, cause severe health hazards. But there are metals that are being used in medical purposes. For an example, arsenic. Arsenic trioxide is being used in cancer treatment. However, the mechanism of action of arsenic is not fully understood. Therefore, it is crucial to study the proteins that can bind with arsenic and how the accumulation of arsenic, how it affects the enzymes and the function of the enzyme, how it changes, and the secondary structure of the enzyme. Therefore, our work is to study the impact of arsenic on the secondary structure of an enzyme through computational techniques. So my presentation is on the topic, a computational study on the impact of arsenic-3 ion on the secondary structure of human PKM2 enzyme. And these are the investigators, and I am Priyani Paligaspe from the Open University Sri Lanka. I'm going to do the presentation on these topics and move into the introduction. First, I would like to talk about the enzyme that I've been studied, pyruvate kinase M2, which is abbreviated as PKM2, is an isozyme of the pyruvate kinase enzyme. This enzyme catalyzes the final step in glycolysis, which is which extracts energy by breaking down the glucose into pyruvate. This enzyme is mostly expressed in tissues with anabolic functions such as embryonic cells, and this enzyme consists of 131 residues. This enzyme has cofactors potassium plus, magnesium 2 plus, oxalate, and FBP, which is fructose 1,6-bisphosphate. And the active site of the enzyme is occupied by 3 cofactors, potassium plus, magnesium 2 plus, and oxalate. And the alloxative, while the FBP is located in an allosteric site. When talking about the previous work that has been done regarding this work, about the computational work, researchers have done energy minimization with steeper descent method and several molecular dynamics simulations using a extensible systematic force field. And they have calculated energy and distances between the arsenic and the cysteine residues in the enzyme. And from their results, they suppose that there is no inhibition of the enzyme activity with arsenic binding. They give the reason as the closest cysteine residue to the active site is 13.8 angstroms, and it is inaccessible to arsenic because they think that arsenic interacts with cysteine, closely spaced cysteine residues in an enzyme. So since that distance is far and it is inaccessible, they suppose that there is no inhibition in the activity by the arsenic. But from the results done by the experimental works, some researchers suppose that there is high affinity for the enzyme towards the arsenic and that affect the activity of the enzyme. Therefore, there's a problem because they give contradictory ideas on the enzyme with the arsenic. So our main objective is to study the impact of arsenic 3 ion on the secondary structure of the PKM2 enzyme, mainly through computational techniques. For the methodology, first I downloaded the PDB coordinates of the enzyme from the protein data bank. The protein I used, the PDB ID of the protein I used is 3PJF. And for the cofactors oxalate and FBP, a suitable force field was obtained from the product server by uploading the coordinates of those 2 cofactors to the server. Then I performed molecular dynamics simulation for 50 nanoseconds using Kirkwood-Buff force field. And I created a solvation box like in the diagram, and the edge of distance between the edge of the box and the protein is 1.2 nanometers. And I created 2 systems for the simulation. One system is with the enzyme, cofactors, and the arsenic 3 ion, and the other one is only the enzyme and the cofactors without the metal ion. Since the charge of the enzyme is +2 and oxalate is -2, FBP is -4, I added 2 chloride atoms for the system with the enzyme, cofactors, and the arsenic in order to obtain the electroneutrality of the system, while a sodium plus for the system with the enzyme and the cofactors. Then I gave the pressure and temperature as 1 bar and 300 Kelvin respectively, and gave the NPT conditions. That means number of particles, pressure, and temperature kept constant. Then from the results, I did the RMSD, RG, and RMSF analysis. That means root mean square deviation, radius of gyration, and root mean square fluctuation. And from the final structure of the simulation, using the final structure of the simulation, I did the secondary structure analysis using the STRIDE server. This is the interface of the STRIDE server. And here are the results of the analysis of the RMSD, RG, and RMSF. In the 3 diagrams, the red color shows the system with the metal ion, enzyme and the metal ion, and the black denotes the free enzyme, that means without the metal ion. Considering the RMSD curve, first one, you can see that first 20 nanoseconds, both curves increases with an overlap. That means they are increasing means they haven't obtained the stability yet. And next 30 nanoseconds, the RMSD of the enzyme with the metal ion is lower than the RMSD of the free enzyme. That means we can say that the enzyme with the metal ion has stability than the free enzyme. That can be confirmed by the radius of gyration results also, because last 20 nanoseconds, you can see that RG of gyration of the enzyme with the arsenic lies below the RG of the free enzyme. So we can say from that results also, the enzyme gets stabilized with the metal ion than free enzyme. And considering the fluctuations of the residues, you can see some highly fluctuating residues in the enzyme with the metal ion than the free enzyme. That means that may be due to the effects of the arsenic metal ion. And these are the results of the STRIDE server. The first upper one shows the enzyme with the arsenic ion. The below one shows the free enzyme. The letters QT, QQ, they are represent the residues of the enzyme. And considering the alpha helixes and beta sheets, red and green color, you can see that the residues formed in alpha and beta sheets varies in both cases, both systems. Some in when considering when you consider the alpha helices formed by this system with the metal ion, they start from F and ends with M. But in here, that starts from F and ends with C. That means one residue has not going to make alpha sheets in the enzyme with the metal ion. That means that we can say that the arsenic has effect on the secondary structure. Has an effect on the secondary structure. And going to conclusions, you noted that the RMSD of the enzyme with the arsenic has a low RMSD than the free enzyme. So we can say that arsenic ion can affect the stability of the enzyme, and also RG of the PKM2 with ion lies below the RG of the free enzyme. And so we can say that the compactness of the enzyme when ion is in the medium is high, and hence the stability of the enzyme increases when the metal ion is in the medium. Showing few residues of the enzyme with high fluctuations, we come to conclusion that high fluctuation of those residues might be due to the effect of the arsenic ion. And residues varying to form alpha and beta sheets because of the because of the metal ion. From those results, finally we can conclude that arsenic 3 ion can affect the stability and the secondary structure of the enzyme PKM2, and hence we can say that there is an impact for the enzyme with the accumulation of the arsenic ion. And regarding the future works, I would like to continue my simulation for further 50 nanoseconds. That means up to 100 nanoseconds, and carry out the simulation by varying the cofactors to check whether there is an effect by the cofactors also. And also from the cavity plus server, we can identify what are the cavities in the enzyme. Then we can obtain the energy and identify whether there's a best cavity for the arsenic. And also the secondary structure analysis can be done through the Ramachandran plot. And the enzyme pyruvate kinase has two forms, dimeric and tetrameric forms. Therefore, I would like to do a simulation for the dimeric form and check whether there is an effect also, and the stability. And these are the references, and I would like to thank World Bank and Head Operation for the providing funds, and thank you. Body pH 7.8, 7.4. Sorry, I 7.4. I considered the body pH and did considering that pH.
Any other question? The next speaker.
The next speaker is Y. Vindula Alvis. The topic of the presentation is Synthesis, Evaluation and Structure Activity Relationship, Study of 2-phenyl 3H quinosolinone derivatives as urease inhibitors against Helicobacter pylori. The other authors are Medha J. Gunaratna, Dinusha and Udukara.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Vindula Alvis, currently working as a graduate teaching assistant in the College of Chemical Sciences. Today, I'm here to present my research work on synthesis, evaluation, and structure activity relationship study of 2-phenyl 3H quinozoline 4-on as a urease inhibitor against Helicobacter pylori. First, we'll look what is Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a gram-negative bacteria which is colonizing the stomach lining and which can cause gastric ulcers and ultimately stomach cancers. Why urease is important for the Helicobacter pylori? There are two main reasons. The first one, to obtain nitrogen required for the protein synthesis, and secondly, as an adaptation to the extreme acidity within the stomach interior. Let's see how it works. When you consider the urease enzyme, it can catalyze the hydrolysis of urea into ammonia and carbon dioxide, and this ammonia can neutralize HCl within the stomach interior. Because of that neutralization, the pH of the immediate surrounding of the bacteria will increase, and that increment of pH can cause the mucin gel layer, which is the protective gel layer within the stomach interior, to undergo gel salt transition. Because of this gel salt transition, the viscosity will be lowered, and therefore the bacteria can easily penetrate through the protective layer and colonize upon the epithelial cells. And because of that colonization, gastric ulcers and even adenocarcinoma can be occurred. And it is also important for the creation of a proton gradient, which is important for the chemotactic movements of the bacteria. So if this particular enzyme is inhibited, the mobilization of the bacteria can be inhibited, the colonization of the bacteria can be inhibited. At the same time, the protein synthesis of the bacteria can be controlled. Let's look what are the therapeutics available for the bacteria. Antibiotics, obviously amoxicillin and clarithromycin, and also urease inhibitors. If there are such therapeutics, why do we need more? That's the question. So the reason is a universal reason: development of resistance against antibiotics. It is a universal problem currently everyone faces. And at the same time, lower stability and cytotoxicity of the urease inhibitors. If we consider hydroxamic acid mentioned there as a urease inhibitor, it is also an anti-cancer drug. Obviously, it is cytotoxic in nature. So this is the structure of quinazolinone that we are considering. There are different tautomers and isomers. We will be considering about the first structure shown here. And when we consider structure of quinazolinone, it is having certain similarities with flavonoids and quinolones. What is the significance of that? When we consider the flavonoids, they are well-known urease inhibitors. At the same time, if we consider quinolones, they are well-known antibiotic family which can act against Helicobacter pylori. So we can hope our molecule will also act against Helicobacter pylori. That was our initial hypothesis. So this is my the outline of my research. First, the synthesis of those derivatives that I mentioned, then extraction of urease required for the bioassay, then quantification of the anti-urease activity, and finally building up a structure activity relationship in between the activity and the molecular structure. So this is the pathway that we used. Anthralenamide was used as the starting material. Different aldehydes, benzaldehyde derivatives were used. At the same time, by refluxing it with ferric chloride, we could obtain different derivatives of 2-phenyl quinazolinone. So by changing the aryl group in the benzaldehyde, we can obtain different compounds like this. I synthesized 6 such compounds. So when you consider the synthetic results, you can clearly see that the yields are quite high. A good yield was obtained for most of the compounds. And I'm taking one example here. You can see during the refluxing, the solution is extremely brown in color due to the presence of ferric compounds. This was a big problem in purification steps because ferric compounds were attached to the organic molecules that we synthesize, and therefore even after several purifications, the compounds were brown in color. For that, we did a slight modification for the original research work done by these scientists. That is addition of small amount of saturated EDTA into the refluxing solution after the reaction was completed. From that, we could chelate almost all the ferric compounds, and therefore nice crystals, purified crystals could be obtained like this. So this is how we elucidated the structures. FTIR spectroscopy was used to confirm the structure by using functional groups, and C13 NMR and proton NMR was used to elucidate the structure. Then we come to the quantification of the anti-urease activity of the synthesized compounds. Usually for bioassays, we are using visible spectrophotometry most of the time. So unfortunately, in this particular example, urease, neither the reactants nor the products are colored in nature. So we have to go for a indirect colorimetric technique where we react the enzymatic product ammonia with hypochlorite and phenol to obtain a compound known as indophenol blue via a reaction known as Berthelot's reaction. From that, if we quantify the amount of indophenol blue using colorimetry, we can quantify the amount of ammonia produced, and from that we can determine the amount of urease. These are the solutions that I used. Here different compounds in different compound concentrations used as the test solution, and for each and every test solution we used a blank which does not contain urease. This is to eliminate the error that can be caused due to spontaneous hydrolysis of urea. And control is the solution where none of the inhibitors were added. And using this particular equation, we can calculate the percentage inhibition for each and every concentration and obtain a graph like this. From this sort of a graph, we can determine 2 parameters, that is the maximum percentage inhibition and IC50. From maximum percentage inhibition, we can determine the efficacy of the inhibitor, And from IC50, we can determine the potency of the inhibitor. This here you can see all such curves, including the curve denoted in red, which is the standard that we use, which is thiourea. This is an easy summary of the efficacy. You can see none of the compounds that I synthesized were efficacious compared to the standard that we used. But the potency, when we consider the potency, most of the compounds, about 4 compounds, were more potent compared to the standard that we use. Here you can see unfamiliar parameter IC30, which was originally defined by me. It is not a very familiar one. IC30 was determined because one of the compounds here, the phenyl derivative, did not show a maximum percentage inhibition up to 50%. So I had to determine inhibitory concentration at 30% in order to compare the potencies. Now here we come to the structure activity relationship study that I did. Here you can see I have compared the electronic effects of the substituent constants, electronic effects of the substituent groups. Here you can see substituent well-known parameter for the comparison of electronic effects, substituent constant was used. And here I have used IC30 values that I explained in the previous slide for the determination of the activity. IC30 is directly proportional to the Ki, the dissociation constant of the enzyme inhibitor complex, so that it can be related with the binding affinities of the enzyme and inhibitor. So after doing the free energy study, we could identify that the exponential factors of the Ki values were directly proportional to the substituent constant as shown in this particular graph. Here you can see when the negativity of the substituent constant increases, the Ki value, the dissociation constant values decreases. And from that, we can say when the electron donating nature of the substituent groups increases, the binding affinity of those inhibitors increases. So it is a nice correlation. You can see the R² value is quite high. So here we come to the conclusion. From the conclusion, I would like to highlight that from this particular reaction, we can synthesize these products in good yields. At the same time, the purification technique that I suggested is important to isolate good product in good purity. At the same time, these compounds, synthesized compounds, showed a moderate potency against urease enzyme. From the structure activity relationship study, we can say the when the electron donating nature of the para substituent group increases, the potency of the product increases. I would like to suggest this future work to increase the solubility of the compounds by forming the acid salts, and then to determine the antibacterial activity, especially for the colon, beneficial colon bacteria. Otherwise, it can cause harm to those bacteria, which is not very healthy. And at the same time, I would like to suggest to determine the urease inhibitory action of ortho and meta products as well. I determine only in para product. And then we have to determine the toxicity as well as the stability, most critical factor for urease. We have to determine those things as well. So these are my references. I would like to acknowledge Dr. Dinusha Udukala and Dr. Meda, who is chairing this session today, who are my supervisors for taking the risk of starting synthetic research. And then Dr. Samira Ranmal Gunatilaka and our research assistant, Ms. Chaturi Perez, for the extensive support they provided for me. And then Institute of Chemistry Ceylon for funding this project. Then Slintech for the analytical services provided to obtain NMR spectra. And finally, my research group. Thank you very much.
Now the presentation is open for questions.
Yes, sir.
Make sure that your PPT is not there, remaining PPT is not there in your specificated program.
EDTA is quite soluble in water, sir. So obviously it won't be there because we had used water as the solvent for refluxing, and we are washing with water several times. So I hope EDTA is not there. And the melting point values that we obtain and the RF values of the TLC are quite matching. So probably EDTA is not there.
In absence of any other questions, let's thank the speaker.
The next speaker is PVN Kaushalya. The title of the presentation is Development of a New Spectrophotometric Method for the Analysis of Metformin Hydrochloride and Atorvastatin Calcium in Tablet Formulation. The other authors are HMMB Herath, UK Jayasundara.
Good evening to you all. I'm PVN Kaushalya, and the research topic that I'm presenting today is development of a new spectrophotometric method for the analysis of metformin hydrochloride and atorvastatin calcium in tablet formulations. So let's move to the presentation outline. First, I'll give the introduction, and then research objectives will be explained, and then the plan of work, methodology, method validation, and after that, the test sample analysis, then the conclusion, and finally the acknowledgement. So in the introduction, I would like to talk about what is method validation. So this is the introduction of a new method. So method validation is a process used to confirm that the analytical procedure employed for a specific test is suitable for its intended use. And by the results obtained through these method validations, we can judge the quality, reliability, and the consistency of the analytical results. And also these method validations or the revalidations are done whenever there is a introduction, whenever there is a new introduction for the routine, and then whenever there is a method change, or whenever there is a condition change in the method. And so we have selected two drugs, atorvastatin calcium and metformin hydrochloride, for this study. Especially why we have selected these two drugs are because in the present world, the most two diseases that we hear are diabetics and hypercholesterolemia. So atorvastatin is a drug which is known as a statin, and it prevents the production of cholesterol by inhibiting the production of mevalonate. And then metformin is an anti-hyperglycemic agent, and it belongs to the type 2 diabetics group. And then this reduces the amount of glucose made by the metabolism of liver, and also it increases the effect of insulin inside the body. So the molecular structures are given in the slide. And my research objective is to develop a simple, sensitive, selective, and a precise and also an accurate UV visible spectrophotometric method. And this is to be validated using the guidelines of ICH. And also I should mention that there are a lot of guidelines that are offered by various organizations. But in this research, what we have followed is the ICH, or the International Conference on Harmonization guidelines. So our research objective is mainly to validate this using the guidelines of the ICH, and which can be used for the routine quality control analysis of the drugs atorvastatin calcium and metformin hydrochloride. And then I would like to give an introduction about the method validation parameters. So mentioned are the typical parameters that we normally validate, like linearity, limit of detection, limit of quantification, range, precision, accuracy, robustness, and stability. So this is the plan of work. First, we selected the two drugs as metformin and atorvastatin. So, and then we moved to the selection of a suitable solvent. So in this case, for metformin, we selected deionized water, and then for atorvastatin, we got methanol water 50-50 solution, and then we determined the lambda max value, and then we selected a suitable range for that one. After that, the standard calibration curve was plotted, and then we checked the linearity before moving into the other parameters. And then we moved to the other parameter and then validated the other parameters, and then we did a market sample analysis as well. So this graph shows the absorbance versus wavelength graph for metformin and atorvastatin. So there you can see the lambda max values for metformin was at 233 nanometers, and then for atorvastatin it was at 245 nanometers. So this one shows the methodology that we followed in the preparation of the calibration curve. So first we measured 10 milligram of the standard samples that we purchased, actually that we got from State Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Company. And so those standard samples are weighed 10 milligram from each, and then we prepared a primary stock of 100 ppm, and after that we prepared a series of solutions from that stock solution. So according to table, you can see for atorvastatin we prepared the series from 5 to 15 ppm, and for metformin from 2 to 10 ppm, and then we checked the absorbance at the given for atorvastatin at 245 and for metformin at 233 nanometers. Then the calibration plot was designed, and then linearity and correlation coefficient values were determined. So this is the this graph shows the calibration curve of absorbance versus concentration for metformin and atorvastatin. So atorvastatin is shown in red color and metformin is in green color. From the graph, we got the linearity values, and the linearity and range was taken from the graph. So for atorvastatin, the correlation coefficient value, the R-square value is 0.998, and for metformin it was 0.999. So it shows that it is very close to 1, and we can say this graph is linear. And then the range, so we selected, since the graph showed the linearity in that range, we got for atorvastatin from 5 to 15 ppm as the range, and for metformin 2 to 10 ppm. Then from the graph, we got the detection limits, that is limit of detection and limit of quantification. So they are for atorvastatin, as shown in the table, it is 0.909, and then for the LOQ, or the limit of quantification value, is 2.754. So, and then for metformin it was 0.609 LOD value, and then LOQ value was 1.845. Let's move to precision. So in precision, we actually followed two aspects. We evaluated two aspects. First one is repeatability. So in repeatability studies, what we did was we got 6 samples of the same concentration. So for atorvastatin, it was 10 ppm, and for metformin, it was selected as 6 ppm. And then we calculate the percentage reduced standard deviation. And then according to ICH guideline, it should be less than 2 to say that this is this method is precise. So from the table, you can see both the reduced standard deviation values are less than 2. So we can conclude that this method is precise. And then the intermediate precision was done in 3 consecutive days for 3 concentration levels. For atorvastatin, it was 5, 10, 15. And for metformin, it was, we selected 2, 6, 10 ppm values. And all the percentage reduced standard deviation values are less than 2. So again, it confirms the ICH guidelines. And then accuracy was done by taking percentage recovery levels for 3 levels, that's 50, 100, and 150. For that, also we can you can see that the percentage recovery levels were within the range as for the guidelines. It should be within from 90 to if it lies from 90 to 110% range. We can say that these values are accurate. So all the values were in that range. And this table shows for metformin the percentage recovery levels. And this the next parameter that we validated was stability. So stability was checked actually for 14 days. That is just after the solution, just after series was prepared, and then after 24 hours, after 72 hours, and then after 7 days, and after 14 days. So in this stability study, we took we did this under two conditions, one at room temperature and one at refrigerated conditions. And we did this, these absorbance values were taken for 3 concentration values. In these two graph, it shows for atorvastatin calcium, and the percentage difference was calculated. So from according to the ICH guidelines, to say that this is stable, it should be in between +10 to -10 range. So under room temperature, it was stable up to 7 days for atorvastatin calcium, but it was actually it was stable up to 14 days. But for refrigerated conditions, it was stable only up to 7 days. And for metformin hydrochloride, you can see from both the graphs that only the drug was stable only up to 7 days, and it deviated highly at 14 days. And then from the validated method, we did analysis of the test samples. So for atorvastatin, we purchased some brands from pharmacies. And for atorvastatin, what I found was from the origin of country was India, the brands that we took. And the label claim was 10 milligrams. And we determined the active amount of active ingredient was found. And then percentage active ingredient levels were measured. So all were in the range. And then for metformin hydrochloride, there were few brands were purchased, and it was the country of origin was from different from India, from Bangladesh, from Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and Indonesia, and some were in the range with the if you go through the table, and some were not. So the conclusion of this research is to present the analytical method. The presented analytical method was developed and validated for lipid-lowering drug atorvastatin calcium and for the anti-hyperglycemic drug metformin hydrochloride as per the ICH guidelines. And it meets the acceptance criteria, and it satisfies all the ICH parameters. So this the developed method can be used for quantitative analysis of the active compound for the selected two drugs. And also the validation is done by using UV visible spectrophotometry. So, and it is more simple and cost effective. So I would like to acknowledge Dr. Uday K. Jayasundar for giving this opportunity to do the research, and also the chairman of State Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Corporation for giving the standard samples, and also my research group, lecturers of CCH, research assistants and teaching assistants at CCS, and also family and friends. Thank you.
Now the presentation is of questions.
Because according to your presentation, the refrigerated samples is unstable.
That was only for atorvastatin, sir. For metformin, both the conditions were unstable. It was only up to.
Why is that?
So I have no much idea about that one, but maybe there's a change in the since it is a polar molecule. Maybe there is a change. Since
Imagine that can happen. Usually the drugs are being done. Usually even the pharmacy says it is being on 24 hours. So if that effect is there, there's a technique effect on the
no, sir. Because this was done by dissolving it in a solution solvent. So that solvent is a methanol water 50-50 solvent. So maybe effect of that solvent, sir. The tablets are not dissolved necessarily. Yeah.
That's a standard protocol. In that way, that protocol should be a standard protocol that you are taking the stability of the dissolved.
Yeah. That means the prepared solutions can be kept up to that date for the analysis. So yeah.
Did you check the current technique, the technique that you all have developed with any pharmacopoeia technique already existing?
For atorvastatin calcium, normally the industries are using HPLC as the method, and then for metformin hydrochloride, they are using UV visible spectroscopy. But the conditions that we use, now we are using deionized water, but they are using milk water, and so there are some conditions they are taking. So those now this was done under normal laboratory conditions, so you can do it at that condition without much cost.
In the slides that I saw, like the commercially available samples, most of the time 100% compound was not there.
Yeah.
So,
but according to the criteria, it is okay to be in the range of 90 to 110%.
Yeah, some nearly 50%.
For metformin.
Metformin, I think it is 5% plus or minus 5%.
This one, the percentage active ingredient.
Yeah, sometimes it is 60.
Yeah. For some brands.
Now the objective of this study is to quantify. Is that so?
Yeah.
Quantify the metformin content or statin content in your sample. Is that?
Yeah, in the commercially available tablet formulations to measure the active pharmaceutical ingredient.
What I was thinking, like, so since the technique cardiology, so why do you want to like develop this UV spectrometry? There are particular reasons.
No, madam. Actually, we wanted to give a very cost-effective method, and which can be done in the normal laboratory conditions. So, not giving specific conditions to that method.
Because I also I'm worried about this stability also, right? Because why it's not soluble in water.
Atorvastatin is not soluble in water, madam. But why we are doing these stability studies? Because since we are taking a lot of, we have to validate a lot of parameters in this research. So all these while we complete all these parameters, we have to keep the solution. So we don't have to prepare it. Now, if we prepare it right now, if it is not stable up to at least up to 24 hours, we can take the readings after 24 hours. But
what is happening?
That actually I have much idea about this stability.
Thank the speaker. With that presentation, we have come to the end of the session. Before we wind up, I have to distribute certificates for the presenters. G. Parthiban, P. Paligaspe, Y. Vindula Alvis. PVN Kaushalya. There's a raffle draw for you. We have only 3 gift packs, right? I will take 3. P. Paligaspe. Y. Vindula Alvis. PVN Kaushalya. I would like to thank all the participants and the audience for attending this session. Thank you.